Hello, good morning. My name is Christian, and I'll be your Spanish interpreter.
Good morning, everybody. This is your Punjabi interpreter. Thank you.
started. This is the April 18, 2024 City Council meeting. City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Arias.
Presente.
Councilmember Maxwell. Councilmember Chavez.
Here.
Councilmember Bredefeld.
Here.
Councilmember Esparza.
Present.
Vice President Carbasi.
Here.
And Council President Perea.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you very much. Up next is the invocation, which will be given by young adult pastor Michael Loera from Family Christian Assembly, and that'll be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be administered by Councilmember Bredefeld. Will everyone please stand?
What was that? Okay.
Good morning, Pastor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chavez, for having me. Let us pray. Father God, we come before you and we thank you for gathering us all here this morning. I pray blessings over the council and all of their families. Give them peace and give them wisdom in this meeting today. Give them patience to deliberate and do everything they need to do this morning. Bless everyone in the crowd, everyone that's here today. Bless their families, their ministries, their businesses, anything they need blessings over. I pray over them and bless our day today. Amen.
City Clerk, are there any changes or items removed from today's agenda?
Yes, and just a few quick announcements. We do have Spanish, Hmong, and Punjabi translators available via Zoom, as well as closed captioning. And we do have in-house Spanish translation, and they will quickly come up and let the audience know what they can do.
Hello, good morning. My name is Jael and this is my colleague Maria. We will be your Spanish-speaking interpreters from Focus Interpreting today. If you are in any need of interpretation, please make your way towards the back of the auditorium where we could give you a headset and we can assist you. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Magdalena y mi compañera Jael de Focus Interpreting. Si necesitan alguna interpretación, por favor diríjanse a la parte de atrás donde vamos a estar y los podemos asistir con unos audífonos. Gracias.
Thank you. And as for changes to the agenda, first, a few announcements and corrections to be read into the record. File ID 24454, that is a ceremonial item. The title is changed from Central Fuego FC to Proclamation for Central Valley Fuego FC. And we also have item 2L on consent calendar, that is ID 24465, regarding Woodward Park and Roding Tot Lots and ADA Accessibility Improvements Project. Council President Perea will be recusing herself from this item because the consulting firm Quadnoff is involved in the project and is also a source of income and business interest of hers. Items removed from the agenda. First, we have the 10 o'clock a.m. scheduled hearing, that is ID 24476, regarding the adoption of resolutions and ordinances to annex territory and levy a special tax regarding City of Fresno CFD number 9, annexation number 59. That item has been tabled to May 2nd at 10 o'clock a.m. by staff. Then we have consent calendar item 2F, that is file ID 24486, regarding the Retirement Boards and Deferred Compensation Board. That has been removed from the agenda by staff with no specified return date. We also have consent calendar item 2S, that is file ID 24531, regarding the authorization for the city manager to accept $9,300,000 in grant funding from the San Joaquin River Conservancy. That has been removed from the agenda by Vice President Carbasi with no specified return date. We also have consent calendar item 2U, that is file ID 24-500, regarding warming fires. That has been tabled to the next meeting by Council Member Arias. And now we have two items that have been moved to the contested consent calendar for further discussion. Those items are 2C, file ID 24306, regarding the appointment of regarding several appointments that has been moved to the contested consent calendar by Councilmember Arias. And then we have 2I, That is file ID 24452, regarding a resolution regarding California Department of Toxic Substances Control Office of Brownfield's Equitable Community Revitalization Grant for the remediation of the 1457 H Street site, Round 2. That has been moved to the contested consent by Council Member Arias. I have no further changes.
Thank you, City Clerk. Council members, are there any other items you wish to remove, continue, or pull from consent for discussion? I'll go in order, starting with Council Member Arias.
No.
Council Member Maxwell.
No changes, Council President.
Council Member Chavez. Council Member Bredefield.
Yes, I'd like to pull item 2K for contested, 2K. Also 2Q, and just register no vote on R. Consent R.
Okay, council member, so you would like to pool 2K onto contested consent, 2Q onto contested consent, and to register a no vote on 2R?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Council member Esparza? None. Vice President Carbasi?
None.
And I have none as well. So we're going to move on to, do any council members wish to register a no vote, abstention, or recusal on any consent items? Council member Arias? No. Council member Maxwell? Council member Chavez? Council member Bredefield, I have yours. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
No.
Council member Esparza? No. Council Vice President Carbasi?
No, thank you.
Okay, and then just to reiterate what the city clerk already read, but I will be recusing myself from item 2L. Is there a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
Second.
Motion by Council Vice President Carbasi, second by Arias. Any objection? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Okay, we're going to move on to the ceremonial presentations. The first one is one that I'm going to be sponsoring, and this is going to be the Central Valley Fuego FC.
Do you need more than one?
All right, well, it's always a good day in our city when we have the opportunity to recognize a very prominent part of our community sports identity. And so I'm going to invite the team to come up here. Guys, you want to join me up here? And Fuego, the mascot, too. Let's get him up here. We'll have you. Oh my gosh, squeeze in, guys, squeeze in. Ooh, now I'm getting lost. Let me squeeze over here. All right, I'm going to stand somewhere over here, but I wanted to just take the time to recognize the humble beginnings of where you all came from, but also talk about the future and the present. And you guys just started a 2024 season. How's it going so far? It's going all right, huh? It's going good. But soccer is not just a game for our city. It's one of the most prominent cultural aspects of what makes our community so incredible. And so when I asked the team to come down here today, it was one, to show our support, but two, to make sure that we highlight this crown jewel that we have in our community, which is this team. And so thank you for being such an incredible part of our city's cultural fabric. And it's really important to remind the community that we have this team here. And it's important to support the team by going to the games, right, Fuego? That's right. But I'm hoping to just hear a little bit more about how incredible this team is. You talk about them all the time to me, and really just teach us a little bit more about the team and what we have coming up for this year.
Yeah, well, I'll be brief. First of all, I want to thank the mayor. I want to thank Council President Annalisa Perea and all the council members for recognizing us. Like you mentioned, we had humble beginnings. We started in 2002 as an amateur team, and we are now newly professional as of 2022. We've had a we've had a heck of a time trying to find a home, and so that's where our main focus lies in, is finding a home stadium for us. And that's what we've been discussing, and I think we're making some really good progress on that end. And thankfully, we've also had the fortune to recruit some top level talent, not only on the field but also on the sidelines. We have our head coach Jermaine Jones that's joining us from the U.S. Men's National Team. If you don't know, born in Germany, came to the U.S., an American father, scored against Portugal. Really, really awesome goal. So there's a bright future for the club. For us, the main thing is engaging with the community, working alongside the council president to build something that we can all be proud of. So with that, I also want to invite Coach Eddie, who's been with the club since his boyhood. This is also his boyhood club, and he is now a coach here.
Good morning, guys. Thank you guys for coming out. For us, a big part that Gerardo, our managing partner, discussed was a community engagement. And one initiative we started this year was to initiate over 300 community engagement days or events that we have. Alfredo Guzman is our community engagement coordinator, and we go to elementary schools, high schools. We go to to parks, recreations, tournaments. I mean, you name it. We're even at a Sunday league. So we're trying to reach as much of the community as possible, and this is a big thing that we've actually are diligent with player appearances. I mean, you name it, we're there, we're trying to be there. And if you guys have any leads that we would like to be out there, we would love to show support to all the communities here, whether it's in the Southwest, the North, the East, everywhere we want to be. So let us know, we're gonna be there. Thank you guys for supporting us, and hope to see you guys at the games.
We also have some gifts for all the council members and the mayor. We have these signed soccer balls by the team right here. I don't know if you guys would be willing to come down here and take a photo with us. I would really appreciate it. And that is all I have.
Thank you, team. Yeah, let's remember to go ahead and support by going to a game. It's a great time, good weather to bring out your family and enjoy a good game of soccer. So, City Clerk, will you please read the proclamation into the record?
Certainly. Whereas Central Valley Fuego, also known as Fresno Fuego, has ignited the passion of our community since its inception in 2002, captivating soccer enthusiasts and fostering a vibrant sports culture in Central California. And whereas the Central Valley Fuego has left an indelible mark on the soccer landscape of Fresno, California, participating now in USL League One, third tier of professional men's soccer, sanctioned by the United States Soccer Federation, and displaying remarkable dedication and sportsmanship throughout its history. And whereas their commitment to excellence and community engagement has been exemplary, demonstrated by their consistent on-field performance and extensive efforts to promote youth development and soccer programs throughout Fresno. And whereas the leadership of coaches like Jaime Ramirez, Scott Alcorn, Sean Lanigan, and Brian Zawachka, along the dedication of past and present players, has been instrumental in shaping the success and legacy of Central Valley Fuego, earning numerous division titles and championships over the years. And whereas the Central Valley Fuego's presence at various stadiums across Fresno, including Chansey Park, San Joaquin Memorial High School, Fresno Pacific University, Fresno State Soccer Stadium, and others, provides fans with unforgettable experiences and emphasizes the significance of sports venues in our community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Council President Annalisa Perea, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby recognize Central Valley Fuego's profound impact on our community, its rich sporting legacy, and its unwavering commitment to excellence both on and off the field, and hereby proclaim Thursday, April 18th, 2024 to be Central Valley Fuego Day in the city of Fresno. Woo!
Yeah.
Which one is it?
There you go.
Up next, we have the Eagle Francis Day, presented by Councilmember Carbasi.
Here we go. Come on up. Actually, let's bring up everybody who's here for you. You got a pretty good crowd here. If you're here for the coach, come on up. So the really neat thing about having this go after the last presentation is it's on the same subject. It's about soccer, which is my favorite sport. And as everyone come on up, feel free. You saw a lot of young people that play for Fresno Fuego. And soccer, I think, is probably the most popular youth sport, at least it was when I was a kid at Malik. Unfortunately, I didn't have the skills to move up, but I had the spirit. And what I will say is, it can transform the lives of kids. It's not just that he was a teacher, he's also a coach. And he was able to lead Bullard High to the Valley Championship, and Coach Francis also led Bullard United to the state championship, which is a very big deal. So you're kind of like our Fresno's Ted Lasso. Oh, yeah? Yeah? So we're lucky to have you here. I know there's a lot of folks that want to share their personal experience with you, but would you just tell us a little bit more about why you're here? And I want to make it very clear, you're very deserving of this, and thank you for all your years of dedication to our youth, especially at Bullard High School.
Okay, thank you. You know, I actually wrote something down. So
oh, perfect.
I promise not to take more than 35 minutes or so. Okay. So I'd like to begin by saying, I'm humbled and thankful for the recognition. I want to thank Mayor Dwyer, especially Council Vice President Mike Carbasi, and the members of the council for agreeing to give me the honor of my life. My gratitude and thanks go out to all my friends and acquaintances who are here today, and those who have reached out to me with kind words of support, both in person and on social media. I want to thank John Howerton, Dean Diaz, Ron Secure, Doug Finks, for supporting me during my teaching and coaching career. And then I also would like to thank my last coaching director, athletic director, while I was at Bullard as well. Still, I'd like to thank my Auntie Lorna for being the motivation for bringing me and my family into this incredible country all those years ago. My undying love goes out to my wife, Juliet, my son, Onesta, and my daughter, Tamara. Onesta and Tamara give me the four most beautiful, intelligent, and wonderful grandkids a man could ever have. Maya, Riley, Jameson, and Lennox. They are the light of my life, and I love them to the moon and back.
Half a team right there.
Yeah. Finally, I'd like to thank Pedro Navarro, for being the force behind me being recognized today. I've known Pedro for many years. I'm privileged to say that I had the opportunity of being his first soccer coach when he moved to Fresno. I'd like to finish with this thought that it's been my inspiration for most of my life, especially through my teaching and coaching. In 1998, I met with 3 area superintendents for Clovis Unified, and one of them asked me, hey, what's the difference between a teacher and a coach? So I thought for a moment, this is a weird, maybe a trick question or so. And then I said to him, there's no difference. A coach is a teacher, and a teacher is a coach. I guess I must have said the right thing because he gave me the job. And it's also been the way that I decided I would run my class. It had to be the things that I want to look up to. And I also understand that some of the most important things with being a teacher and a coach is that you treat the kids, the students, the players, whoever they are, just the way that you'd like to be, them to treat your own family. So I think that I've tried to live my life based upon that, especially my teaching career. And so I always thought as well, sometimes you see these quiet kids at the back of the room, and you never ever know if you're making an impact on them. And so I realized later on, especially when they come up to you and say, hey, good job, you know, I really love being in your class. I realized later on that you are making an impact on them. You have, you know, significant. You have a situation where you're 7 hours a day, a teacher is with a grade school kid. And that's a long time. And they shape the kids. They are responsible for a lot of their growth and development. So I never knew that Pedro was my quiet kid. And I'd just like to say, I really, really thank him for promoting, you know, giving me this wonderful tribute. And I'd say to Pedro and all of my students, especially my quiet kids, in peace, love, and football, thank you very much.
Would you like to say a few words? Anyone else? You want to say a few words? Do I dare ask your children to say a few words? Want to say something about your dad? This is a great opportunity to embarrass him and get back.
So my dad was my coach. He was very tough, honest, but he really symbolized two things that really important to me and important to us is one, being salt of the earth individuals, where we always stay in tune with our roots, and second, always looking to rise, always looking to continue on to that next chapter. I remember when he was my coach in high school, I scored a hat trick in one game, and at the end he said, you know, your first touch really looked like trash today. And it didn't really hit me until years later. We went back to my dad's home country of St. Kitts. It's a tiny island. The whole country's population is about 30,000. My dad was born in what was kind of the big house in his village, and the big house had basically 2 rooms, like not 2 bedrooms, 2 rooms, a front room and a back room. And so being able to see that, look, with the spirit of determination and the emphasis on education as the pathway to success, we're able to rise and continue to grow to achieve great things. But it's essential that we stay in tune with our roots and our salt of the earth values. And that's something that this man's represented for me and for many of us in here. So thank you all for recognizing him today.
I think he just made you very proud, your son. So, City Clerk, if you wouldn't mind reading it into the record.
With pleasure. Whereas Agal Francis, a native of St. Kitts and raised in England, relocated to Fresno in 1988 with a passion for education and a dedication to serving the community. And whereas throughout his illustrious career spanning over 3 decades, Agal Francis served as both an esteemed educator and coach at various educational institutions, including McLean, Edison, Central, Clovis, and Bullard High Schools. And whereas Agal Francis's coaching prowess and leadership were exemplified by his outstanding achievements, including clinching the state cup with the Bullard United Soccer Club and earning Valley Championship honors for Bullard High School, thereby leaving an indelible mark on the lives of numerous individuals he mentored and inspired. And whereas, beyond the field, Agal Francis made significant contributions to the realm of education by enhancing the academic landscape for thousands of students, imparting knowledge in history, government, social justice, and spearheading the development of the Advanced Placement Human Geography program. And whereas, throughout his tenure, Agal Francis remained steadfast in his commitment to providing accessible opportunities for young people, embodying the spirit of inclusivity and equity. And whereas we recognize the remarkable contributions to education, athletics, and community service, and we commend and celebrate Coach Agal Francis for his unwavering dedication and invaluable impact on the city of Fresno. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby recognize and honor Cochagal Francis Day in the city of Fresno.
Okay, the next proclamation is going to be for Exceptional Parents Unlimited's 31st annual Fiesta de los Niños. This one is sponsored by Councilmember Maxwell.
How are you? Nice to see you. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Thank you. Bring some folks with you.
Oh, goals here somewhere.
Oh, okay. I saw them in the back.
You know, we throw back there. I definitely feel like you should have more after the
Last year, proclamation was like half the room. How you doing? Nice to see you. Cool. How you doing? Good to see you. How's it going, you guys? It always looks like such a big town when you walk in the mornings. Proclamation, like 5 people left.
So many people are excited about this city's work.
I know, right? Yeah, I wish.
Well, good morning again, everybody. You know, in my district, it's a pretty big district. We go from Bullard to McKinley, Maroa, all the way out to Temperance Avenue. It's a very large piece of city of Fresno, and I work with a lot of really great nonprofits. But one of the nonprofits I've come to know really well and work really well with are the folks standing here behind me. That's Exceptional Parents Unlimited, who are tasked with a very difficult job here in the city of Fresno. They help parents and children struggling probably through the hardest times of their lives, working with mothers and parents who have experienced premature births, children with health or developmental disorders. If anyone's ever been in that situation, it's really difficult because a lot of times you don't know where to turn or who to ask questions. And the folks behind me are some of the best, the most competent, compassionate folks you'll find in our region, and are there to offer support through those families going through a very difficult time. And as you can imagine, servicing such a large area and so many children, it comes at a cost. And one of the ways that they fill some of those financing gaps are through doing fundraisers and relying on folks' donations and charities. They got an upcoming fundraiser, the Fiesta de los Niños. Did I say that right? Close enough? All right. Well, they'll be talking a little bit more about that, but really just a great group of people behind me. They've gone through a lot these last 4 years that I've been in office, expanding their building, their programs, been a target of catalytic converter theft multiple times, and regardless of whatever challenge they face, they just keep powering forward, and they're able to help so many families and touch the lives of so many children here in the Fresno region. So I'm going to hand it over to their CEO, Lowell Inns, to talk a little bit more about EPU and the upcoming Fiesta de los Niños celebration.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. Yes, EPU is a 47-year-old nonprofit here in Fresno. We've been serving young children and their families for all those years through a variety of different areas of service. Many of the people in this room, and probably some of the people that are watching today, probably have received services from EPU over the years. And so you know the importance of the work that we do in our community. We have an amazing team. We have about 130 staff covering multiple counties, but Fresno still is our home, and it's our headquarters, and it's where we do most of our work. And we're very, very happy to be in Councilmember Maxwell's district because we receive a lot of support from him and the city of Fresno as well. As he mentioned, we have our fundraiser coming up here on May 4th. It's going to be a great event. It's a lot of fun. It's our 31st event. called Fiesta de los Niños, and we celebrate the work that we do, and we ask those that attend to open their wallets and their pocketbooks and help support the work that we do and our team that does that great work. I'll hand it off to Amanda so she can share some of the details about the event, but thank you so much for this proclamation today.
I really feel like we should have brought more people. Those were two tough acts to follow. But as Lowell mentioned and Councilmember Maxwell, we rely on funds raised at Fiesta. And it is our 31st, and it's an event we're best known for. If you've never been to Fiesta, I think this is the year to come. It's an outdoor event. It's a little more casual than your sit-down chicken gala. We have a lot of fun, margaritas, dancing, dinner, all in celebration of the incredible work we do. Like Lowell said, we have 130 staff, and I always tell them they're the reason we can brag about what we do. They make my job easier because they do the most incredible work. So I want to thank the City Council and our community for honoring us, because it takes all of us to make the world a better place. And by empowering these families, we make the community a better place to live. Thank you guys, and get your tickets on our website, epuchildren.org.
So there's still tickets available. And again, that's going to be on May 4th. May the 4th be with you. All right, if anybody is able to attend, I really encourage you to buy some tickets. Again, I think we all hope that we never find ourselves in the situation facing some of the challenges that I mentioned earlier, but I think the hope is that if we or a loved one is ever in that situation, that they have the resources available to them to deal with those really difficult situations. And so if we're able to support these folks some more, I strongly encourage folks to do so. So I will present this to you guys, the proclamation, and City Clerk, would you please read the proclamation into the record for us?
With pleasure.
Thank you.
Whereas Exceptional Parents Unlimited is hosting their 31st annual Fiesta de los Niños this year on May 4th, 2024. Translating to Children's Party in Spanish, it is the organization's signature fundraising event that brings together community and business leaders in support of children with unique needs and their families. And whereas funds raised at Fiesta de los Niños play a crucial role in bridging Exceptional Parents Unlimited's budgetary gaps, safeguarding their ability to maintain essential services for the children and families under their care. Families seeking services with the organization experience a myriad of challenges, spanning from medical challenges and premature births to developmental delays and navigating those moments of crisis. Despite their diverse backgrounds, a common thread binds these families together. Their connection to Exceptional Parents Unlimited, a place where the seeds of hope are nurtured and cultivated. And whereas Exceptional Parents Unlimited provides critical services through early intervention supportive services for families and children with unique needs, their commitment to the community is for children and families to thrive with love, confidence, and a sense of belonging. Their vision is for children to grow up in families where their individual needs are met, their parents having confidence in themselves and in their ability to meet the needs of all family members, and families having a sense of comfort with their personal situations, bringing forth an internal sense of empowerment. And whereas Exceptional Parents Unlimited's mission to guide and strengthen families and children with unique needs shines through each family and their story. It has been shown that through early intervention and supportive services, hope and resilience are cultivated. With the 31st annual Fiesta de los Niños, they look forward to coming together this year to raise critical funds needed to improve care for children with unique needs and their families. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and the Fresno City Council do hereby proclaim May 4th, 2024 as Fiesta de los Niños Day in the city of Fresno.
Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. Up next, we have the KMJ's Broadcasting Excellence Awards recognition. This is sponsored by Councilmember Bredefield and Office of the Mayor and City Manager.
Well, this is some of the good stuff that we get to do is recognize excellence in our community, and we're doing that today, the mayor and myself. We have two exceptional talents from KMJ who have been awarded given awards in their industry, and we wanted to recognize them today and talk a bit about that. First up, I'm going to bring up Christopher Gabriel, and why don't you bring your family if you'd like. It's always good to share it with them. you go. Please step right on in here. I just made a quick note. In the 74th Annual Golden Mike Awards, I guess that's like Golden Globe, but it's for the Mike Awards, Christopher won Best Sportscast, Best Newscast in Fresno's Morning News, and he's won 3 Golden Mikes over the past 13 months. So if you listen in the morning news to KMJ, and of course many people do, you hear the excellence that is broadcast every single day, and you've been doing it for some time, and we're just grateful and honored that you are in Fresno doing such a great service for everyone every morning. And so we wanted to recognize you today. I'm going to pass the mic to the mayor and then have some words for you.
Thank you, Gary. It's my honor to be able to recognize KMJ, but especially you, Christopher. We have a long history going back many, many years. I'd say beyond your journalism efforts, we have a friendship. And I want you to know every time I've interviewed with you over the years, you've always been professional, you've always been respectful, and I know that you're somebody that has a servant's heart, and you do what you do for a lot of reasons, but it's always for the good of the community. But beyond the awards that you're getting, I know probably your greatest accomplishment is being married to Wendy for 30 years. And your 2 daughters, as well as taking care of your 92-year-old mom. And I know that all of that in combination is a lot to do. So congratulations to you, well deserved, and it is my honor to present this to you with Councilmember Bredefeld.
Thank you.
You've got the mic.
Thank you. Well, thank you, Councilmember Bredefeld, Mayor Dyer, everybody on the City Council behind me. I am honored and humbled and overwhelmed to be here, because when we get into work like this, we don't do it for awards. We don't do it for these kinds of recognition. We do it because we want to be doing what the members behind me are doing, and that is we're facilitating what they're talking about. We are engaging, informing, and hopefully entertaining the community on a daily basis, and hopefully we're doing it to the best of our ability, that you approve of what we're doing. And I always say, whenever I talk to broadcast students, always remember it's better to be second and right than first and wrong. And that's on Fresno's Morning News, on my program on the weekends. That's what we always try to do. My father, I had the privilege of being the son of a father who opened the very first Ronald McDonald House in the world. He was at the ground level, October 1974, and he would be so happy to be here, because he taught me that whatever you do things for your community. And when you do things for your community, you make your community members that you live with, that you shop with, that you laugh with, you make them proud, but most importantly, you make your family proud. And my wife, Wendy, has been here on this journey forever. I mean, she remembers when I was call screening for other hosts and getting coffee for them. My daughter, Cadence, my daughter, Kaylee, who is in college in Los Angeles right now, the greatest accomplishments of my life, to watch them grow up as, kids, and then they had the knucklehead phase, and then the young lady, and just tremendously accomplished phase. But again, I'm honored, I'm humbled. Mayor Dyer, you've been a great friend for so many years. You've been on my program more times, I think, than anybody. What I've always appreciated is that we have had a friendship. I can ask you tough questions. And it's never about anything but a question and an answer, and we move on. Councilmember Bredefeld, you've been a great friend. You've been someone who I'm in your district, and appreciate the work that you do for the city, as I appreciate everybody back here, the work that all of you do. It's not easy. It's not easy work, and it's something that as a broadcaster I can relate to, because only in the sense that you're used to people saying you're an idiot,
you're wrong and so on, but you still come back to work every day. So I just want to thank Councilmember Bredefeld, Mayor Dyer, all of you behind me, and all of you who do give us the great privilege of listening to us every morning as we hopefully start your day in the best possible way. Thank you.
Would you read the proclamation? You're going to read your proclamation right here.
Whereas Christopher Gabriel, a native of Chicago, grew up the son of the man who opened the very first Ronald McDonald House in the world. His father taught him the importance of always finding ways to give to your community in any manner possible. And whereas Mr. Gabriel is a classically trained actor, he did 105 productions in New York City, Detroit, Minneapolis, and Great Britain. That side of him came from his mother, who was a gifted pianist and always stressed the importance of exploring the arts. And whereas he began to feel burned out by theater and he needed a new creative challenge, his friend Mitch Albom got the ball rolling for him and nudged him strongly in the direction of talk radio. That was nearly 20 years ago. And whereas Mr. Gabriel started in radio in Minneapolis as a call screener, then doing production and imaging, he also produced and co-hosted for Andrew Zimmerman of Bizarre Foods on the Travel Channel and hosting on the Food Network. Christopher eventually got a one-hour show on Saturdays called The Saturday Tabloid. The show was about sports and stuff, and that has been the content of his program his entire career. And whereas it took 17 months and sending out 160 air checks to 160 stations before Fargo, North Dakota offered him a contract in May of 2009, Christopher was there for 6 years. While there, his program was nominated for Best Radio Show in the region 3 times and was the only talk show to get 3 consecutive nominations. And whereas Christopher Gabriel had been at KMJ for 3 years hosting Fresno's Morning News and the Christopher Gabriel program, this year at the 74th Annual Golden Mike Awards, Christopher won for Best Sportscast, which was KMJ's first sports award in the 74-year history of the awards. He also won in the category of Best Newscast with Fresno's Morning News. Christopher Gabriel has now won 3 Golden Mike Awards over the past 13 months. And whereas Christopher has been married to his wife Wendy for the last 30 years, and they have 2 amazing daughters, Kaylee and Cadence. He also has the gift of having his 92-year-old mother living with him so that he can make sure that she has nothing to be concerned about other than simply enjoying life. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby honor and recognize you for your hard work and dedication to journalism excellence and proclaims Thursday, April 18th, 2024 to be Christopher Gabriel Day in the city of Fresno.
And we're going to keep Christopher up here for just a few more minutes because not only were you honored, but the KMJ Morning News was honored. And I'd like you to just briefly explain what that is about and what happened there.
Thank you, sir. Fresno's Morning News, in one iteration or another, KMJ has been around for 100 years. I think we're in year 101 now. And KMJ started by doing 5-minute news updates years ago, and then for 60, 70 years, there's been various editions of Fresno's Morning News. One of the aspects of the Golden Mike Awards in the state of California is they give awards for the best newscast. And we have been privileged. We've had different teams, different individuals who have been a part of this program. But this past year, we won back-to-back. We won for a second time. It's our 4th Golden Mike in 5 years, and essentially what it is it's the best newscast in California, and that's what we think we are. And it's an amazing group of people. One of them is Gabe Navarro, right there, one of our talented writers. He's a do-everything guy at the station. Anything that you ever need done, Gabe is right there. The anchor on the award-winning broadcast is Liz Kern. Liz, a senior reporter and a fellow Chicagoan. Liz is as good a journalist as you will ever work with. And Don York, he is our award-winning ag director. He does the ag report from 5 to 6 a.m. An incredible individual, the only live ag report in the entire Central Valley. I don't need to tell anybody how important ag is to this community, to this region, and he does it better than anybody. And we were honored to win this award again because to me it speaks to the quality of people that Program Director Blake Taylor hires, that Market Manager Patty Hickson hires, It's fun to come to work. One of my colleagues, Christina Musan, is here. She'll be up here shortly. It's fun to come to work when you love the people you work with. And I mean that. You love the people you work with, and we don't always agree on everything, but that doesn't matter because we're all friends. And I think the relationships that we have off the air are what you hear on the air. And I think that's why we've been very blessed and very privileged to win the awards that we've won this year, Council Member.
Well, yeah, we do recognize that, and we want to give you this proclamation. And if you would, please read the, oh yeah, don't give her Christina's.
Whereas KMJ began in Fresno, California in 1922. In 1925, they started 5-minute news updates, which gradually turned into Fresno's morning news. And whereas Fresno's Morning News has become an award-winning news program, you can listen to Fresno's Morning News on 580 AM and 105.9 FM KMJ Radio from 6 o'clock to 9 a.m., Monday through Friday. And whereas every year a national panel of radio and television professionals choose the winner for the Radio and Television News Association of Southern California to present an award called the Golden Mike Award for Broadcast Journalism. At this year's 74th Annual Golden Mike Awards, Fresno's Morning News won Best Newscast. 4 of the last 5 years, Fresno's Morning News has won this prestigious award. And whereas the members of the Best Newscast are host Christopher Gabriel, news anchor Liz Kern, writer Gabe Navarro, and ag director Don York. They have a passion for the work that they do, and it definitely shows. The Central Valley is fortunate to have this great broadcasting team. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby honor and recognize your hard work and dedication to journalism excellence, and proclaims Thursday, April 18th, 2024, to be Fresno Morning News Day in the city of Fresno.
Now we save the best for last. Christina, and your family want to come on up? Yes. Oh, sure, please, come on. Absolutely. Jump right on in here. Absolutely. Got it. Thank you. Come on up here, Christina. Christina's here with her husband and her mom and dad. Christina hosts the morning show, Broski Musan, which I listen to whenever I can. And I want to tell you, first of all, Broski Musan, the thing I admire about them, and I've told Christina this a lot, they have the courage to talk about things that other people avoid. And they do it with great courage and conviction, whether you're talking about what's going on in the Middle East or other things related to our community. That's the station you want to be listening to because they do it honestly. And I've always enjoyed whenever I've been on, they ask tough questions and fair questions. And there's not much more you can ask from any media outlet. And so I want to recognize that you were recently recognized. Let me pull out my little note here. That you are a 2-time winner of the National Gracie Award for Local Radio Co-Host 2023-2024 for the Small Medium Market of the Year, which is like the Oscars for radio. And so that's quite an award, quite an achievement. And we in the city of Fresno certainly want to recognize that and all of the great work that you do on the Broski and Musan show with John Broski. Let me pass that to Jerry and then we'll hand it to you.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, Gary. Christina, you have been a friend for more than 20 years. I've worked with you both when you were in TV and radio over the years, and you've always been very, very professional. You're not afraid to ask the tough questions. And, I think what I appreciate most about you is that you're always pleasant. And, that's not to say that there aren't times when we've disagreed on issues, but I can tell you it's always been a pleasure to be able to work with you. And so I know that, what folks don't know about Christina, people, I guess good things come from New York, right? And she was over there as well, and I believe I actually got to witness firsthand what occurred at the trade centers in back when in 2001. And so that is something that a lot of people cannot say. But she is very experienced, very professional, and somebody I'm proud to call a friend. So congratulations.
Here, I'm going to let you hold that because I'm tiny. Yeah. But thank you to both of you for this. I appreciate it more than you can imagine. My husband's here with me today, and my parents are in the audience. And, I just want to say thank you to my family and the two of you for this. I have two kids, a almost 8-year-old and a 6-year-old. They are my world. I wake up every morning, and I just hope that I make them proud and I don't embarrass them too much. And I just try to remember to stay true to myself and who I am, and that's really my guiding light in all of this. I won the award from the Alliance from Women in Media, and it's the Gracie Award, and it's a co-host award, and I have to say, I couldn't have won it without my co-host, and that's John Broski, who I say makes me look good every day, and he's been a great mentor, and I'm so thankful for the opportunity to be able to work with him daily. So thank you to everybody for this. This is really a true honor, and I think Christopher just said it all. There's not much more I could add to it, but it's a pleasure going to work. It's a pleasure doing what I do, and I just thank my family for the endless support that they give.
Wonderful. Come on in.
He's not used to this.
Whereas Christina Muson is a Fresno native and graduate of Edison High School. She is a proud wife and mother of 2 children. And whereas her journalism career started in New York University, where she studied broadcast journalism and theater arts. Living and working in New York City, Christina witnessed the events of September 11th, 2001, as well as the August 2003 blackout. And whereas Miss Muson has been the AM weekday traffic reporter and producer for the Ray Appleton Show for KMJ, produced the morning and midday shows at KMPH, Fox 26 in Fresno, reported at CAP, ABC 35 in Yakima, Washington, and for KGPE CBS 47 in Fresno from 2006 to 2009. And whereas Christina joined KMJ in September 2009 and began co-hosting the Brosek and Muson show from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. in 2015. And whereas Christina Muson is a 2-time National Gracie Award winner for local radio co-host for the 2023 and 2024 Small Medium Market of the Year. The Gracies are presented annually by the Alliance for Women in Media Foundation. This award honors women who have inspired in the entertainment industry, and this award was established in 1975, named after the late comedian and businesswoman Gracie Allen. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer and the Fresno City Council, do hereby honor and recognize you for your hard work and dedication to journalism excellence, and proclaims Thursday, April 18th, 2024 to be Christina Muson Day in the city of Fresno.
Okay, as a reminder, if you would like to hold up signs, to please do so at the back of the chamber or to the side. We want to make sure that those behind you are able to see. So please do not block their vision. The people behind you, they're shaking their head yes. All right, the next proclamation is for Arbor Day. This one is sponsored by Office of Mayor and City Manager, as well as Public Works.
Got some of our Public Works folks coming up here, and Scott Mosier, and anybody else coming with us? Any tree planters? Oh, we got our tree planters right here. I'm going to have where's Tyler? Tyler, come on down here. You are Mr. Tree. I do, he's the 1,000 tree guy. I would feel awkward not having you over here. So, we're recognizing today, our proclamation day is honoring Arbor Day. And Arbor Day was created back in 1872 in Nebraska, and it was really all about planting trees within our communities. And I kid Tyler Maxwell because he's been a champion of planting trees in our community, which I've become a champion as well because of all the benefits that you get from trees within a community in terms of climate change, the fact that it really does benefit a community well beyond shade. There are a lot of other factors that are involved. Reducing soil erosion, which is very, very important from water and wind, and the precious topsoil that we need to preserve. cutting heating and cooling costs in our community. I think if anyone wants to cut cooling costs in our community and heating, it's here in Fresno with some of our exorbitant rates. And so it also cleans our air. And that is so important for us. And so I want to give them the microphone to actually first Tyler Maxwell, our council member who has been a champion. A couple of years ago, 3 years ago, he came forth with a resolution to plant a minimum of 1,000 trees a year in the city. And I know we far exceed that. And Director Mosier, thank you for that and for your team. So, council member.
Thank you, Mayor Dyer. Thank you to our Public Works teams and Tree Fresno and everybody for being here today. You know, when I got into office originally, I wasn't planning on being a champion of more trees. It wasn't something on my agenda, but you know, I had read some articles and I looked at an aerial map of the city of Fresno, and we could see that in a lot of very affluent places in our city have very rich trees and canopies, and it's very green. You heard about the district I represent earlier, you know, Bullard to McKinley, Maroa to Temperance Avenue, a lot of central Fresno, and unfortunately over the decades has kind of fallen into a lot of blight, and that means there was not a lot of trees. You look at Google Maps aerial view, it was just a very barren area. A lot of businesses back in the day that moved to central Fresno used to have these very lush landscapes, and you know, due to droughts and a lack of proper irrigation system and improper trees being planted, a lot of trees were taken out. And so it was a very big priority for me at that point to make sure that we started planting more trees. I know my first year in office, I was very ambitious. I said I wanted to do 100 trees. And thanks to Public Works and Tree Fresno, we did 100 trees. And the next year I said, hey, let's do 200 trees. And then third year, it's like, hey, let's just do 1,000 trees every year and make it easy on ourselves. And so wouldn't be possible without these folks here next to me. Tree Fresno has donated so many trees to the city of Fresno. Director Scott Mosier and his team have ensured that we have proper irrigation, that those trees are staying maintained and getting planted. And so they've really brought a lot of vibrancy back to central Fresno and District 4. It's only been 3.5 years. We got a long ways to go, but I'm confident with our continued partnership that Central Fresno, South Fresno, and the rest of Fresno is going to continue to look more and more beautiful every single year and provide those benefits that Mayor Dyer was talking about. So thank you for what you do. Thank you for what you've done for District 4. It means a lot to me and the folks that I represent. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tyler. And before I have Director Mosier speak, this is really the person, whenever I think of trees, I think of Mona Cummings, because she is really the one behind Tree Fresno. She is the person who makes it happen. She has taught me how to plant trees. I always thought you just took a tree out of the bucket and put it in the ground and everything was good, but I learned about leveling and making sure you cut the roots and all the things that need to go into planting a tree. And so, Mona, please.
Sure, thank you for that. You were quite a good tree planter before we started with you, so I appreciate that. Tree Fresno is a small urban tree nonprofit. It's been around for almost 40 years, and we've planted about 53,000 trees across Fresno, Madera, Kings, and Tulare. And we do that mostly with the help of volunteers, and I have some board directors here joining me today. But we do, as Council Member Maxwell said, we focus on tree equity, especially within the city of Fresno, and we plant throughout districts that need more trees. We do see the value in access to green space and access to large canopy drought-tolerant trees. And we focus particularly on South Central, Southwest, Southeast Fresno, but we're interested in planting trees all over the city, and we're so thankful for the city's support on that, and we're excited about celebrating Arbor Day. We actually have a tree planting Saturday, April 27th that all community members are invited to, so they can join us at treefresno.org. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mona. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilmember Maxwell. And just want to first recognize the amazing staff we have in our landscape division with the tree program. We would love to have more on the team, but these individuals really do more with less, do an amazing job with the care of the trees, responding when we have limbs down, middle of the night issues, and also with things like we know in our community that the need for curb, gutter, and sidewalk repair with tree raises is a very serious concern. But the team does an amazing job working to preserve those trees and seeing how we can prune roots, make that happen when in reality it'd be far easier just to remove them and keep on going. But there's a solid effort, and then replanting as well. Also want to thank both Mona, Tree Fresno for the partnership, and then also just the opportunities that we have through our partner agencies with State of California, Clean California, transformative climate communities, federal grants, and so many opportunities to meet or exceed our 1,000 new trees every year. So far, we've nearly doubled on that goal. So I want to thank everyone for their work and celebrating Arbor Day together.
I have to say thank you to Public Works and the team, because we truly could not accomplish what we do in planting trees and caring for trees here in the city of Fresno. So I don't want to neglect that major thank you, because each time we have a project, we work on it for months to make it happen, and we couldn't do that without implementation of irrigation and upkeep of those trees and irrigation. So thank you.
Trees, water, soil, sunlight, and nutrients. All right, clerk.
Whereas the Nebraska Board of Agriculture in 1872 established a special day to be set aside for the planting of trees, and whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, when pioneers noted the lack of trees and their great need for shade, building materials, and windbreaks. The first Arbor Day built on an earlier Arbor Festival dating to the 16th century, where the Spanish village of Mondoñedo held the first known tree planting festival. And whereas the first proclaimed by Nebraska's governor in 1874, Arbor Day by 1920 had spread to more than 45 U.S. states and territories. Today, all 50 states celebrate Arbor Day, an observance that is now observed throughout the world. And whereas trees can combat climate change by reducing the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cutting heating and cooling costs, moderating the temperature, cleaning the air, producing life-giving oxygen, and providing wildlife habitat. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in urban areas increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, Mayor Jerry Dyer, and members of the Fresno City Council, do hereby proclaim Friday, April 26, 2024, to be Arbor Day in the city of Fresno.
Before we move on to our last proclamation, I want to give a big welcome to the Daly Elementary School fourth graders. Thank you guys for being here today. All right, so final proclamation we have is our Pet of the Month. And that is sponsored by the mayor, the city manager, and the Animal Center.
Thank you, Council President. It is one of the fun things I get to do as a mayor of this city, and that is to come before our council at least once a month to offer the Pet of the Month. Sometimes we bring in dogs, which I always love, and then today we get to bring in some little kitties. Let me see that little thing. I can't resist. Oh my gosh. And Tyler, I know how much you love cats. But you know, we run our own animal center in the city of Fresno, and we really believe strongly that all of our animals that are in this community are pets, or future pets. And it's unfortunate at times when animals get neglected, and we want to make sure that they have a home at our animal center, and we make sure that we do everything we can to get them adopted. And we have so many programs out there for that. and we're very engaged in our spay and neuter. And with our cats, we do a trap, neuter, and return within our community. Or do we? Yeah, we do. I know this cat's looking at me like, how come you don't have any hair on your head? That's such a beautiful cat. So anyway, I'm going to turn it over to folks from our animal center, but I do want to encourage people to be responsible pet owners so that our pets do not escape and get out into the community and ultimately, something bad happens to them. And then secondly is to adopt a pet. Thank you. I'm going to need a new suit now. All right, here you go.
Good morning. Thank you for having us. We just wanted to bring attention to this is the beginning of cat season, and so we're going to see an influx of new neonate kittens and kittens in general that are in need of help. So we wanted to bring awareness to a few points. We've started to use surrogate moms at the city shelter. We've partnered with Fresno TNR, and they bring us moms that have lost their babies or various other situations, because we do know that orphaned kittens, their survival rate is 15 to 40% without a mom. So when we add in having a surrogate who's able to care for them in a way that is more natural, their survival rate is a lot higher. Also, we're looking for fosters for kittens. Medical fosters are really big in need. We have kittens that come in with URI, fractured legs and various other things, and they do so much better in a foster home than what we can provide in a shelter setting. We also have kittens that have come from feral moms, so they need a little bit of socialization, and it's always really fun when they're this age and they're hissing, because they're pretty much harmless at this point, but they think that they're not. So we always need help with things like that. We provide supplies and support. Most of the time you'll talk to me or one of our other coordinators. So we just wanted to bring awareness to that and what we're asking the public to help with. If you are interested, come down. I'd love to talk to you about fostering.
I think we're good. Any takers? A couple of weeks, they'll be ready to go. Okay.
And I think all of the students up there, you should go home and tell your mom or your dad that you want a cat or a dog and tell them to come to our animal center. How's that? Good deal? Deal? All right. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the Animal Center. We're going to move on to council member reports and comments. I'm going to go in order, starting with council member Arias.
Thank you, Council President. Quick updates. Last week, my staff was able to host several community meetings in each of our respective neighborhoods in anticipation for the upcoming budget deliberations. Mayor, while we still have you in the room, just some highlights for you. Southwest Fresno would still like a grocery store, which I know it's on our to-do list. Chinatown and downtown's primary concerns have been around the numerous encampments that have gone unaddressed. Same thing for the Tower District. And Central Unified simply wants some of the county, city roads that have not been reconstructed. So we'll be happy to provide you a list of what the neighborhoods have requested as you develop and draft your own proposed budget. Thank you to my staff for setting up those meetings. Additionally, for information for the public, next Wednesday there will be a march at Ian Plaza to recognize International Workers' Day. The event will start at 5 p.m. Everyone's welcome to attend. And thank you to City Manager and everyone for addressing the Parkway encampments and tonnage of garbage. I know that's still an ongoing situation that we have to continuously work on, but we'll continue to monitor and hope that that gets addressed in a way that it's maintained on a daily and weekly basis and doesn't require us to bring it forward at this juncture. With that, thank you, Council President. Those are all my comments for today.
Thank you, Council Member. Council Member Maxwell.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. It's been a busy couple of weeks in District 4. Last week I had the honor of attending the Police Chief Gala along with Council Member Carbasi. It was Chief Balderrama's first Police Chief Gala. It was a very well-attended event. They were able to raise a good amount of funds, and these funds go towards things that the police department desperately needs: equipment, x-rays, We always have budget shortfalls, and so they're able to use these funds to help supply our police officers with a lot of vital things that they need. And so it was a really great event. I plan on attending next year as well. I also had the honor of presenting National Student Athlete Day Award to one of my high schoolers, Aiden Medina, over at Hoover High School. This is something that we award every year to a high schooler who has not only achieved success in athletics, but also has a strong academic career as well. Aiden Medina, again, he's a senior at Hoover High School. He's on the varsity baseball team, third base and pitcher. He has a 4.0 GPA. He volunteers for the police department and is a treasurer for the ASB at Hoover High School. He plans on staying local for college, but really just an exceptional kid with a bright future ahead of him. Last week was also the California Restaurant Association. I was able to attend with my colleagues, Councilmember Bredefeld and Councilmember Esparza, watching some very well-deserved restaurants across the Central Valley being awarded and recognized for the great service that they provide us each and every single day. Last week was also opening night at Grizzly Stadium. I objectively threw the best pitch out of my colleagues, but that wasn't saying much. We won 11-8 against our opponents on opening night, so it's looking like it's going to be a strong season for our Grizzlies. A couple days ago, along with Mayor Dyer and Councilmember Esparza, we launched the city's food truck program at the Fresno Yosemite International Airport. I don't know if anyone's ever flown into Fresno late at night, but after 8 o'clock, it's really hard to get anything to eat in the city of Fresno unless you like Taco Bell as much as I do. So we're launching a new program where every night from 8 o'clock until the last flight arrives, we're going to have taco trucks stationed outside the Fresno Yosemite International Airport. I've had about 6 pupusas so far, but we're going to be cycling in new food trucks every 6 months. So we'll have a little bit of everything for everybody to give everyone that warm and delicious Fresno welcome. Yesterday, along with Council President Perea, we did award or pass out certificates to the dispatchers over at the Fresno Police Headquarters in honor of Emergency Dispatcher Appreciation Week. These folks take 700 calls per week, up to 1 million calls a year. They have one of the most stressful jobs in the city of Fresno. But I can tell you this, if you're ever in emergency and call 911, we have a very professional staff that's there on the other end of the line, working with you in a very difficult time. Hopefully no one's ever in that situation. They have to call 911. But if they are, they're always going to be greeted by a professional and prompt service by our 911 dispatchers who have a very stressful and difficult job. So we appreciate everything that they do for our city. And lastly, last night was the Central Valley Honor Flight. This is a biannual event. Nonprofit sends up to 100 veterans twice a year to Washington, D.C. These are veterans of World War II, Vietnam, Korea, the Gulf War, and they send them to Washington, D.C. to meet our Central Valley representatives, visit some historic sites, see all the names on the walls of folks who have passed away in or after the war. It is a very moving event, and we were able to greet 75 veterans last night at the Fresno Yosemite International Airport. It's always a very emotional event. A lot of the times, this is their first trip to Washington, D.C., meeting their representatives, seeing those names up on the wall. It's a very big deal for those folks, and we were happy to be a small part of that. So with that, Council President, I'll conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Council Member. Welcome to the additional students that just walked in. Hello, everyone. Welcome to City Hall. All right, up next, we have Council Member Chavez.
Thank you, Council President. Just a quick update for my colleagues. Yesterday, we had our meeting with the Fresno Madera Agency on Aging. Over the past year, as the city representative, we've been working on a very comprehensive analysis of our senior population. We have over 200,000 senior citizens here in our region, and what stuck out to me was the work that this survey captured. It was pretty intense and pretty thorough, where they surveyed senior citizens, care providers, service, folks that provide services to them. But I'm going to be working with our administration on having them do a workshop for us. Again, it was pretty comprehensive. A lot of the challenges that our seniors are facing right now are what they've been telling us as we went through our conversation for our senior resource center that will be built in the city of Fresno. Obviously, inflation is a big challenge for our seniors, the cost of living, food, basic necessities. But what stuck out to me most was a lot of the food insecurities and rent challenges that our senior citizens are having now in our area. I think part of the data will tell us that at risk of being homeless here in our region are senior citizens that can't afford the escalating cost of rents going up in our community. We're dealing with a challenge very similar to that over in one of our apartment complexes. So the data, I think, will show us that, and hopefully City Manager guide a lot of the services that we provide for our senior population. As many of you know, they also fund the senior hot meal programs. Pre-pandemic, there were over 20 plus sites open. We're now back up to, I believe, 16, 18 here in the next couple of months. But the big challenge, too, that popped out of that study was the elder abuse conversation. As some of you recall, we, as a council, as a city, invested additional resources into elder abuse, not just investigation, but following up on the reports. We're still continuing to work on having one consolidated number where our folks can call in and report elder abuse. And I want to take the opportunity to encourage folks, if you see that, please report it. You can either call my office or the number that we provided on our social media page. Along those lines, I think with the budget coming up, that will be one of the priorities that we focus on for our senior population as we go about deciding which sites will have additional senior hot meal programs, which sites will address some of the transportation issues that our senior population has. And again, what I'll do, Council, I'll give my colleagues in administration, the mayor, a copy of that report before we bring it to a workshop. So with that, thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. And for the students, this is the time of the meeting where we go around and we talk about all the great things happening in our district. So as you're listening to each council member, they're sharing a little bit about what's really important to them, what are some of the issues going on in their districts, and some of the things that they're working really hard on to solve. So if you have any issues you guys want to talk about, you can come up to any one of the council members and we can talk through any issues that you have in your neighborhood, okay? But pay attention, because it's very interesting what these folks have to say. Up next is Councilmember Bredefield. No pressure.
First, I wanted to thank Captain Gross and our Northeast Police Department officers. We had a meeting in a neighborhood where there was an increase in burglaries, and so we met with about 60, 70 neighbors, and they provided tremendous solid advice as to how to mitigate these break-ins, and it was very helpful and grateful to them. Also attended, as my colleague Tyler Maxwell mentioned, the police chief gala, the California Restaurant Association dinner that they had, which was phenomenal, recognizing all the restaurants and, of course, supporting the police chief and the police in raising funds so they can fulfill their mission of keeping our community safe. And also attended the California Rifle and Pistol Club fundraiser, which is designed to protect our Second Amendment rights. And lastly, the Grizzlies opener, which a lot of us attended, and encourage people to attend Grizzlies game because it is really a phenomenal event, and particularly for kids and families. You're not going to find better entertainment than going to a ball game, especially at this this multi-purpose stadium that is really the top of the line. Thanks to this council and other councils, there's no better minor league baseball stadium that I'm aware of. So it's quite an event, quite an experience. Encourage people to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Esparza.
Thanks, Council President. Thanks for hyping us all up to the our young people upstairs. You do a better job explaining this job than I did. Yesterday at a career day I attended over at Phoenix Elementary Academy, my staff made fun of me afterwards and said, "You can't believe the way you explain city government to first through sixth graders." So you did a great job. So it has been a very busy couple of weeks. I'm just going to give very quickly here kind of a sampling of some of the different things that have been going on and that are forthcoming. in addition to the career day that I attended yesterday. That was great, and I appreciate the invitation from Phoenix. I also want to thank the veterans at the 509, as well as, veterans community-wide, who invited me to break bread with them in a dinner they had to show gratitude to folks who have supported consistently the big parade that we have every November here on Veterans Day. So very much look forward to supporting that all over again. That's really a year-round effort by the organization to ensure that we have a very successful, very large Veterans Parade each and every year right here in downtown. Had the pleasure of joining our friends over at the Fresno Police Department Central District for a ribbon cutting of sorts for a gym within that precinct. That was the last office or last police facility, I believe, that did not have a gym right here within the central policing district. And now with the opening of that district, I was happy to support it along with Council President Perea. With the opening of that gym, now I believe every officer who wants to utilize a city facility gym now has access to do so, now that we have one at Central. That was the last district without one. So very happy to see that come to fruition after lending support, and want to thank all the other parties who also lent their support to make that a reality. At the game, the Grizzlies game that my colleague mentioned, I objectively had the most accurate first pitch. It did have one bounce, and that's because I haven't thrown a pitch since the last time we threw a pitch out there. Didn't calibrate how much strength I had to put into it, but I was right over the plate. It was a perfect down the middle strike, with the exception of the one little bounce there towards the end. So don't let them tell you otherwise. But that really is it counts, Gary. It was very accurate. It was very accurate, right over the plate.
It counts if you're in the second grade.
Or if you're bowling.
I didn't have time to practice like a lot of you guys. But no, it's always great to join the Grizzlies on opening day. We all were here, and we experienced the hearing when the ownership was changing hands. Some skepticism you heard up here, but so far, so good. And we hope to continue to see good things for our city and for downtown under this new ownership group. But opening day really was a good experience, was a great experience. I want to thank, it's probably the main part of my comments, I want to thank the residents in District 7 who came out to town halls this week. As folks know, since I've become a council member, we've always had a series of town halls in the spring and a series of town halls in the fall to hear from residents who prefer to come in person and talk about the different issues and such that they are facing. And it always amazes me that folks, join me to take the time out of their evenings, once in the spring, once in the fall, to come out and sit with me for an hour and a half, 2 hours, and have this conversation, really an ongoing conversation. So it's good to see, every town hall. Sometimes there are repeat faces who come, and that's good. We want those folks who are consistently engaged. But it's also great to see the new faces and folks who are just becoming engaged. And so I appreciate all the residents, as well as, of course, all the city staff that took the time to join us and answer some of the very technical questions. When you become a city council member, they don't teach you how to fill a pothole or give you a pair of handcuffs to arrest anybody or show you how to build a slide at a park. So it's great to have all of our department heads join. I want to thank the staff in the police department, public works, code enforcement, parks, and the planning department, as well as Neighborhood Watch, for joining us both nights this week. We got some really technical questions that I could not answer, and so it was really, really good to have staff there as a backup. So kudos to city staff. I accepted an invite from the Chamber of Commerce last week and to join a soft grand opening for the first cannabis shop in District 7. I know we've got, I think, 9 total and open now. We're starting to see that acceleration out of the 21 authorized licenses that we do have. So kudos to the administration for moving that process along. And as I noted to residents this week at our town halls, we do have one in District 7 now. So it's over at Shields and Maroa next to El Premio Mayor and the liquor store there. So we'll see how that goes. But so far, so good. Some forthcoming events. Actually, before last sort of past event was the airports. The food trucks at the airports. That was also a great event. Got to, right after one of my town halls, jammed over at the airport, made it just in time to sort of welcome the 2 trucks that are out there now. The Al Pastor tacos were great. I had to speak to that. So my colleague Maxwell is a vegetarian, so I had to try all the different meats. No, it just one. As did the mayor. They got the mayor on camera, taking a big bite of the Al Pastor. So we'll look forward to those photos coming out, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you for that. But forthcoming, just a couple quick things. Looking forward to the EDC, the Fresno Economic Development Corporation real estate forecast this evening. Looking forward to the State of Downtown tomorrow evening. And looking forward to the Great American Cleanup this coming Saturday. It's going to be citywide, so find the site near you and join us on Saturday starting at 10 a.m. sharp. All right, thanks, Council President.
Thank you, Council Member. Up next is Council Vice President Karbasi.
Okay, thank you, Madam President. So I am so happy to see all the kids here today. For us, this is work, and sometimes it can be very difficult, but seeing your faces puts a smile on ours. So one thing you guys may not know is there are cameras in this room, because if you can't be here in person, we want people to be able to participate in their local government. But I don't know if there are cameras up there if they can see you. So for the people that are listening, I want them to hear you. So here's what we're gonna do. On 3, when I say 1, 2, and 3, on 3, I want you guys to scream, "Go Dragons." Can you do that for me? But can you be really loud? Okay, 1, 2, 3. All right, great job. You guys definitely were loud. Wonderful. Oh, and you're on the screen. Great. Thank you, guys. That made my day. In the interest of time, I'm going to be very brief with my comments. One comment regarding public safety. Councilmember Redefeld touched on this. In Northwest Fresno, unfortunately, once again, there are an increase in home burglaries. Fortunately, they typically happen when people aren't home. We did have a meeting at the Sierra Sport and Racket Club, attended by not only our police chief, Paco Balderrama, but our sheriff, John Zanoni, because in Northwest, you have a lot of county islands. And criminals just go to where they think the goods are. They don't realize city, county. I'm so impressed and grateful that our sheriff's deputies and our police officers, our detectives, and the sheriff's property crimes units, they are working collaboratively. There is no territorial nonsense. They just want to get these people away from our homes, because when someone comes into your home, I actually had to go into the home of one of my residents, Larry, who was hit. It's very difficult because, things can be replaced, although certain family heirlooms, things that they've taken, there's no dollar amount on that. And people work really hard, and it doesn't matter whether you are, no matter what you have, no one should go into your home. I will say this, please, even if you have an alarm system at your home, great. If not, get one. But even if you leave your home for 5 minutes to go to the neighborhood market, turn on your alarm, because that's typically when they're targeting. These are very purposeful criminals, and we take this very, very seriously. The neighborhood meeting had well over 120 people there, and we're not going to let up on this. Our police department's very committed to keeping everyone safe in Northwest Fresno and across this city. 2 things internally. We had 2 birthdays in the office. The first is our former intern who's at Sacramento State, Araya Champion. We hope that she comes back this summer. And then Ryan Howarth. Ryan is our council assistant. Today is his birthday. We're very, very proud of Ryan. So for myself, Alyssa, and Andrew, Ryan, we love you. We're happy for you. And yeah, you make us look bad because you're so darn young. We're older, but you give us a lot of energy and you do a great job with our constituents. So thank you so much. That's our report.
Thank you, Council Vice President. So my team and I have been extremely busy the last several weeks. For starters, we went to the Stop the Hate Summit. We went to a Transgender Day of Visibility event, as well as neighborhood watch meetings within our district. I also want to highlight, we had our first park social at the new Trolley Park in District 1. If you haven't had a chance to stop by, it's not too far from Daly Elementary School. It's the brightest, newest, shiniest park we have in our city, so check it out if you haven't had a chance to yet. A big congratulations to two businesses within the Tower District. That would be Roger Rocca's and the Peach Pit. They recently went under some renovations as part of the District 1 Small Business Facade Grant Program. And so just truly inspiring to witness these businesses take such pride in these endeavors. Congratulations to Dulce up front. This is our newest District 1 business. They're going to have their grand opening celebration this Saturday. It's in the Fresno High neighborhood. As some of my colleagues have mentioned, we do have quite a few Beautify Fresno events coming up. And so I invite you to participate in one in District 1, either in the Tower District or over on the west of the 99 community of Highways City. And last but not least, we do have Porch Fest coming up. This is in the Tower District. It's going to be the weekend of April 27th, so come out and enjoy the local talent and support our small businesses. All right, Mayor, do you have anything to report today?
Actually, I do. I have several. First, on Parkway update, we started yesterday. Hopefully you know that. But I can assure you that over the next 60 days, that area will look very, very differently, and we will be offering housing and shelter to every single one of those people that are out there. But over the next 60 days, it's my commitment to you and to the folks in that area that we will have that area cleaned up. And it will take less than that, but I want to give us on the outside about 60 days.
Thank you, Mayor.
And secondly, be attending Lobby Day with the Big 13 mayors next Tuesday. Be meeting with Governor Newsom, President Pro Tem McGuire, as well as Speaker Rivas. Will be talking primarily about homeless, but there'll be some other topics as well. I too had the opportunity to be able to do the welcoming at the California Restaurant Association Best of the Valley Awards on April 8th at Table Mountain. Thank you for council colleagues for being there as well. The city manager and I also got to speak at the chamber the other day to the San Joaquin Political Academy and share with them local government, some of the issues that we're facing here locally. And in terms of opening day at the Grizzlies, my memory serves me a lot different than all of the council members that I just heard. As I recall, Councilmember Maxwell's threw from the mound, and that ball landed in the dugout on the third base side. And I think Councilmember Carbasi, when you threw, you hit the photographer in the head, and he was off about 30 feet to the left. And so Nelson, I don't even want to talk. I don't think it bounced once; it bounced 4 times. So anyway, we're going to have your memories checked. It was a great evening. Thank you guys for all coming out, and that was a great evening for opening night. Food truck, that was at the airport. I think it was well said. We have one of the fastest growing airports in the nation. 2.5 million passengers coming through the airport. Many of those come at night, either through domestic red-eye flights, but we also have up to 6 international flights on a nightly basis. So our airport's very, very crowded. And people are go to the airport, family members sending folks off or welcoming people. And now we have more variety, more food, more availability for those folks there. And I thought it was a great event, especially with the mariachis. And as Nelson, free food for Councilmember Esparza, it's always a great event. And also got to speak at the Woodward Park Baptist to some high schoolers on American government. And then for those of you who missed it, we launched the Monopoly search in Fresno. We're going to have our very own sanctioned Monopoly here in Fresno from Hasbro. And I want to encourage people to go online and to send emails to them in terms of what we want to be on our own Monopoly board in Fresno. I've already given my suggestions. And then Saturday, I had the opportunity to speak at the Khmer New Year celebration out at 2500 North Valentine. For those who have not been there, it's like leaving the city. And you get to see the culture, the Cambodian culture, the temple, all of the things that go with it. But it is an incredible place, and I would encourage everyone to have an opportunity to go out there. I want to reemphasize this Saturday, the Great American Cleanup, 10 to 12. You can go to beautifyfresno.org and still sign up. We'll have well over 1,200 volunteers that will generally participate in about 20 different locations. And around 11:30, 11:45, we will be having an after-hour party over at Grizzly Stadium with food trucks and entertainment, and I look forward to that event. This Friday, I'll be speaking at the State of the Downtown at the Warner's Theater. Would encourage everybody to come. We generally have, I think we'll have probably around 500 people that show up. But we have a lot of great things that are going on downtown, and I look forward to highlighting those during the keynote speech. And then lastly, I'm getting ready to do a news conference with the governor. It's a virtual press conference where he will be announcing new awards to resolve encampments across the state of California, and I'll have an opportunity on that news conference to be able to highlight our successes in Fresno, but please tune in. I think it's going to be some good news. So with that, thank you, Council.
City Manager, anything?
Yes, I just wanted to give a shout out to a group of our employees. So congratulations to the Community Development Division and our Planning and Development Department. So last week, we were able to draw down enough CDBG funds to meet our timeliness test. And those of you who have been around for a while know that we have been challenged in past years with meeting that obligation. So that means that we are going to receive our full allocation of CDBG funds next program year without penalty to support projects such as our senior center, home repair program, youth programming, and other programs. I also want to let the council and the public know we're also that our city's single audit report for fiscal year 23, there were no findings for our federal entitlement programs from HUD. So CDBG, Home, HOPWA, and ESG. That's the 5th year in the row that this division has had no findings in the single audit. And it is the first time since 2019 that we have met the timeliness test. So I want to, that division is, so of course we have Jennifer Clark, who's the director, Phil Sky, the assistant director. The division is led by Karen Jenks as their manager, and the staff, Kimberly Archie, Jose Cano, Erica Castaneda, James Day, Melissa Franco, Akio Lopez, Erica Lopez, Karina Nunez, Chelsea O'Connor, Anthony Saldate, Brandon Sisk, Austin Robinson, and Ian Zhang. Congratulations, well done, team. Thank you.
Great news, City Manager. Thank you so much for that report. Next, we have our City Clerk.
I'll keep it real quick here. 3 quick announcements. I was out the first week of April to attend the City Clerks Association of California annual conference. There were a lot of great educational classes, from embracing neurodiversity in government to lobbying the California legislature. I'm a bit biased on how great the classes were. I was the conference director. I'm also excited to announce that I was reelected to the board of directors for the association while I was there. Also, for the public, please visit the city clerk's website at fresno.gov/cityclerk and click on boards and commissions to see the bodies that serve the city of Fresno and the vacancies. One need I'd like to highlight is the Mobile Home Park Rent Review and Stabilization Commission. There's a need for alternates on that board. The commission protects mobile home park residents from excessive rent increases, while at the same time providing mobile home park owners a level of rent sufficient to provide just and fair and reasonable return on investment. And we can't hold meetings if we don't have a quorum, and alternates help us ensure that we can have these meetings when they are scheduled. Finally, the last day to register to vote for the November 5th, 2024 general election is October 21st, 2024, and that can be done at the Secretary of State's website, sos.ca.gov, or you can pick up a paper registration at the city clerk's office just next door here. Make sure the postmark on your paper copies are in fact no later than October 21st. And also for the kids out there, as long as you are 16 or 17 years old, you can pre-register on the Secretary of State's website, and you will automatically be registered on your 18th birthday. So that is fantastic. Take advantage of that, and that's all the clerk's office has.
Thank you, City Clerk, and congratulations. City Attorney, anything to report?
Nothing for the public.
All right. So at this time, we're going to move on to scheduled hearing and matters. We're going to start with the 9:10 a.m. item. This is a joint meeting of the Fresno Joint Powers Financing Authority with the City Council. Staff, do we have a presentation on this item?
If you want one, absolutely.
Can we do a short presentation?
Okay.
Please, thank you. This will be on items A through D.
Sure. Good morning, Council. This morning with these 4 items, we're recommending some changes to our signatories, basically, for the finance officers, both for the JPFA and the City of Fresno side. So what this is doing is removing a couple of signers that we had previously on the resolutions and adding a couple in their place. These signers will now have the ability to sign checks, execute transactions with city financial institutions, make investment placements and things like that.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to open it up for public comment. This is on the 9:10 a.m. JPFA item, items A through D. Is there anyone in the chamber who wishes to provide public comment on this item? Please come up at this time. Seeing none, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak?
Yes. Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Lisa. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Since you're dealing with money, and in previous times, Fresno has lost some money via accounting errors or whatever you guys had in the past, my question to you as a taxpayer is, who's going to be added to the signatures? Who's being taken away from signature responsibilities? And how is things being audited to ensure that there is fiduciary accountability in this process? That's all my questions. Thank you.
Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
Okay, I will close the public comment portion of this item. Colleagues, any questions or comments? Council Vice President Karbasi.
Yeah, if there's no comments among the members, I was going to make a motion to approve items A and B.
I do just have one question.
Okay.
Councilmember Arias, you have the floor.
Thank you. And I don't know if I don't want to go too much into public domain on some of the matters, but I just want some public reassurance that the safeguards that were identified that needed to be executed as a result of the previous incident of $600,000 have been put in place, and that these signatories who now have the authority to write checks, that there's checks and balances fully executed, and that these folks are aware of what the expectation is from this body to safeguard the public funds.
Sure, yeah, I can go ahead and provide a response. I mean, certainly the process and procedures that we have in place absent this resolution have been enhanced and need to be there to make sure that we've got the appropriate safeguards. These resolutions today, while serious, are fairly routine in nature. We do have changes in assignments from time to time where we need to recognize new signatories, so that's really the impetus for the action today. But otherwise, you're correct.
Yeah, and we have fully executed all the recommended adjustments, right? From the last, a year ago, maybe?
Couple years ago.
2 years ago?
So we have tightened up internal controls since that incident happened, I don't know, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, 5 years ago. correct, Santino?
Yeah, in relation to that specific incident, we have implemented, I think even before I started, really new policies and procedures to ensure that that same type of thing will.
And my last question is, I know have we fully transitioned to a Tyler system for our financials?
We have.
And is that working as expected?
Yeah, it's been fully up and running on the financial side. We went live July of 2022, and so the system's been in place since that time.
All right, thank you.
Santino, hold on, but Bank Recs module is still not fully operational, correct?
Yeah, thank you for mentioning that, City Manager. The bank reconciliation module with Tyler Munis essentially has not been able to be implemented. So what we've done alternatively is, and we understand that this has not been uncommon amongst their customers, so we've implemented an alternative process to execute bank reconciliations now. It was actually something that was called out in our single audit in ACFR that we brought for council acceptance last council meeting.
So do you feel confident with the workaround that's been put in place since Tyler is not reconciling?
I do, way more confident than what Tyler Munis's process delivered for us or didn't in this.
Great. Thank you. No questions.
Thank you, Council Vice President.
Thank you. Just to be clear, Controller Denise, you were not, with that situation that was referenced, you were not here with the City of Fresno at that time.
That's right.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. You do a great job, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nor was the administration.
No, nor was this administration, correct. It was a very long time ago.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for clarifying. And with that, I'll make a motion to approve items A and B.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Council Vice President to approve items A and B, and a second by Council Member Bredefield. Any objection? Hearing none, item passes. Those items pass 7-0.
No.
3-0.
3-0. Okay, the next set of items are for C and D. If there are no further comments or questions, can I get a motion for items C and D?
Second.
I have a motion by Council Member Arias and a second by Council Member Esparza. Any objections? Hearing none, items pass 7-0. That brings us to the 9:15 a.m. meeting. Agenda item. This is a hearing to consider a resolution of necessity associated with the Blackstone-McKinley grade separation project. This hearing will be held as follows. We're going to start with the staff presentation. Then we're going to jump to the property owner presentation if they wish to give one. We'll then do council questions and comments. We will open it up for public comment. We'll close the hearing and then we will discuss and take action. So at this time, staff, do we have a presentation on the 9:15 a.m. item? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Council. Nancy Bruno, Supervising Real Estate Agent for Capital Projects Department, Allergy Voice. The item before you today, excuse me, is a hearing to consider a resolution of necessity for acquisition of fee title interest of APN 444-31420S, owned by Bettina Daniels Cervantes and Tracy Deschler, as successor trustees of the Bracken Daniel Trust for the construction of the Blackstone-McKinley BNSF grade separation project. Staff recommends that Council adopt the resolution of necessity, which states public interest and necessity require fee title acquisition of real property for the construction of the Blackstone-McKinley BNSF grade separation project, and authorize eminent domain action to acquire the fee title interest.
Thank you very much. Would the property owner like to come up and make a presentation?
I believe this property owner is for the next hearing, the 9:20 hearing.
I understand. Okay. Yeah, this is for the 9:15 a.m. hearing. I believe this is the northwest corner of Blackstone and McKinley.
Yeah. My name's Art Terzian. I'm the property owner.
So I believe your item is the next one.
Next one?
Yeah, there's two items that we're going to be discussing this morning. Okay. So one more shot. Does the property owner here who would like to make a presentation on this item? This is for APN 444-31420. owned by Bettina Daniel Cervantes. All right, I'm going to bring it back up to the dais. Council, are there any questions or comments?
Motion to approve.
I have looks like I need to take it out for public comment first. So is there anyone who would like to provide public comment on the 9:15 a.m. item? Please come up at this time. 9:15 item. This is to consider a resolution of necessity associated with the Blackstone-McKinley grade separation project. Seeing no one in the chambers, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to provide public comment on this item?
Council President, there is no public comment.
All right, I'm going to close the public comment portion for this item. I have a motion by Councilmember Arias.
I'll make the motion to approve.
I already have a motion.
I'll withdraw it.
My district.
All right, I have a motion by Councilmember Esparza and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any opposition? Seeing none, item passes 7-0. Next item is the 9:20 a.m. item. This is to consider another resolution of necessity associated with the Blackstone-McKinley grade separation project. The hearing will be similar to the last one. We're going to hear a staff presentation. Then we're going to hand it over to the property owner to make a presentation. I'll take questions from council members. We'll open it up for the public comment period, and then we will discuss and take action at this time. Staff, welcome.
Good morning again. Nancy Bruno, Supervising Real Estate Agent, Capital Projects Department, with, again, allergy voice. So, excuse me. The item before you today is a hearing to consider a resolution of necessity for acquisition of fee title interest of APN 451-07135, owned by Art Turgeon for the construction of the Blackstone-McKinley BNSF grade separation project. Staff recommends that Council adopt the resolution of necessity, which states the public interest and necessity require fee title acquisition of real property for the construction of the Blackstone-McKinley BNSF grade separation project, and authorize eminent domain action to acquire the fee title interest.
Thank you very much. Mr. Turgeon, would you like to come up at this time?
Hello.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Art Turgeon. I'm the property owner of 1730 or 1780 East McKinley Avenue. And I'm running a business there. And in 2022, Mr. Andrew Manelli and Barbie Barnes, they came into my store. They did introduce me, and they went for 3 days. They start taking inventory, and they promised me we're not going to touch your property. Now they're saying they want to take the whole property and run a pass-through from Blackstone, cutting my property, taking all my property, and going to Blackstone. I'm against this. They can go to East Home Avenue, from Blackstone to East Avenue, to Effie, and from Effie, they can go to Pertella, and then to Blackstone. I'm all for it. To order to put, I'm not against the project. To order to do, they need widening the McKinley Avenue. I'd be glad to give them the sidewalk, never dedicate. I have a sidewalk 7 foot. I can dedicate it to the city of Fresno. Still, I own it. The sidewalk, never dedicated. And then I can give them or sell them partial 20 feet, 30 feet, the frontage of my building, the front building. I have 4 buildings there in that location. It's almost an acre. So they can go with their project. I don't have no objection. And I have a map. I can show it to you. They can go from East Home to Effie and Pertello. I agree with that, but any other stuff, taking my property, moving my stuff. It's going to cost me at least $800,000 to move. I have so much tile in the back storage. And then I don't have no place, 28,000 square feet close by to buy or rent, you know. And it's a dilemma for me, and they're going to start their project in the summer this year, in 3 months. This is not right, you know. I'm all against it. And then Mrs. Bond, she promised me when they're going to participate, drawing the plan or something, whoever draw it, they're going to contact and get our opinion. They never did. And they tell me in the summer you have to move. Where are I going to go? Where? You know, you go shopping, buying some land right now, 5,000 square feet, small warehouse, a little bit of land. They want like $600,000-$700,000. And I need at least 28,000, 30,000 square feet to operate. So this is the dilemma I'm facing, you know. So I have an attorney representing me. I don't know, he's standby. Oh, okay. Yeah. So he can make his comment too.
Okay.
But I have the papers here. I'll be glad to show it to you.
Okay.
Can be done.
Do we have
I'm not
the
against
attorney
the
on Zoom?
project. I can donate the sidewalk to them and another 20 feet, you know. They have to buy it, and I'll stay there. And I can use my own driveway.
What's
Just
your
like-
attorney's name?
Excuse me?
What's your attorney's name? Are they? You said
Benjamin.
they were on Zoom. They would
Yeah,
like to
Benjamin.
speak. Benjamin.
Yeah.
Benjamin, is that you?
Yes, that is me.
Okay.
Is my audio coming through clearly?
Yes.
Very good. Should I have video or no?
Go ahead and just speak.
Excuse me.
My name is Benjamin Taggart. I'm an attorney with Desmond Nolan, Levitch, and Cunningham, and our office represents Mr. Terzian in connection with this eminent domain matter and the proposed resolution before the council this morning. And we're appearing this morning as with Mr. Terzian, and as he just described and how we detailed in our written statement of objections that was submitted to the council yesterday for its consideration as part of this resolution, this property is not necessary for the Great Separation Project. It does not need to be taken in fee. And the record before the council contains no support for taking the property in its entirety for this project. Now, in canvassing what has been made publicly available, it seems very clear that there are a lot of reasons that have been provided by the city why it wants to take this property and other properties nearby for economic development in the future. But as far as what has been provided, the only reason that the city has proposed this resolution before you this morning is to take this property and a dozen other properties, active businesses, to build a temporary road that will only be in existence for the duration of project construction. There is no mention to what happens to those properties afterwards, and there is no recognition for why the alternatives, which were explored by the city, where no property was to be acquired, and traffic was to be handled with detours or partial road closures of the McKinley-Blackstone intersection, why those alternatives were rejected. Council members, you have an obligation in sitting in on a resolution of necessity. In considering the evidence before you, you must make statutory findings that the property is necessary for the project, that the project is planned and located in a manner that is most compatible with the greatest public good and the least private injury, and the city has adequately analyzed project alternatives. It has not done that here. The record before you does not contain the evidence, the information, the documents necessary for you to make those determinations. City staff would lead you astray in urging you to adopt this resolution because it has not grounded the taking, the proposed taking. In fact, the city to date has not produced project plans because it says the plans are incomplete. Why is the city moving ahead with an acquisition of a business that has been located in that building? Mr. Terzian has been operating his business, his ceramic store, for 30 years in that location. And the city is proposing to uproot him and a dozen other businesses from locations where they've been operating for years for a temporary road? That's not right. There is a fundamental lack of fairness in the hearing this morning because the city has continued to hide the ball. The city has not, and its consultants have not, provided information requested by Mr. Terzian, by his son, by his attorneys.
One more minute.
We've consistently been told that documents are either unavailable, they do not exist, or they cannot be produced because the city's still working on it. And if we do not have, if the owner does not have sufficient information to actually know why his property is being taken in full, why these other alternatives that didn't result in private injury due to the taking of property were abandoned and cast aside, then you as council members, sitting in a quasi-judicial capacity as you are here this morning on this resolution, you cannot make those determinations. Because as it stands, the same information before Mr. Terzian and myself is the information that has been put before you, and the justification is not there. And with that, we must urge you to make the right decision, to make the fair decision, and reject this resolution. Send it back to city staff, and they need to do the work. They need to put the evidence in front of you that justifies why this business that has been located there for 30 years needs to move. With that, I thank you for your time.
All right. Are there, let me see. At this time, I'm going to take questions for my council colleagues. Right now, I have Council Member Chavez punched up.
Thank you, Council President. Just a couple questions for our staff folks. We obviously don't take the conversation of eminent domain lightly, and I want to make sure that we're very thorough. So who can answer a question? Maybe Nancy? Two questions. The first one is, what's been the process for the properties, Mr. Terzian's property and the other properties? How long have we been negotiating with them for the right-of-way that we're trying to get today?
The first written offer was presented to Mr. Terzian October 11th of 2023.
A couple months ago. Previous to that, he mentioned 2022, some folks came into his business. Have those conversations not started?
The appraisals took place in 2022.
So the appraisals that we're using for right now is for 11/2022?
Right, and it was updated after that subsequently.
And as far as the alternative that Mr. Terzian provided, why does that not work for the plans that we have for this project?
I'm going to defer to Cassie for
Okay.
that.
Cassie Schultz, Professional Engineer, Capital Projects Department. The proposal that is proposed by Mr. Terzian, I guess I'll clarify that this project is less about the temporary detour road and more about the ultimate grade separation of the intersection of Blackstone-McKinley, dropping the whole intersection below the railroad. And so not only will the footprint of the project conflict with the front face of Mr. Terzian's building, there will also be a vertical drop between where his driveway currently sits and where the road will be dropped to. And so not only will it conflict with the building itself, but there will no longer be access available to be maintained to the parcel the way that everything is laid out right now.
Had that been communicated to Mr. Turgeon or the other property owners prior to today?
Yes.
So when we factored in this assessment, that was our answer. Our official answer was that it does not work because of these reasons?
Correct. It was not in relation to the detour road. It was in relation to the project itself.
And so is it a correct statement that the project itself needs this clearance as a temporary measure for the construction, or is it a permanent use that we will be utilizing this space for?
It is a permanent use.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get through. As far as the value of the property, what have been the factors to consider? Who did the appraisal for this property?
It's in the staff report. Sorry, let me pull it up. Oh, thank you. CBRE Valuations did the appraisal.
And that was in 22, correct? Based on what you said earlier?
Yeah, and then updated again later on.
The cost of the value, obviously, as a city, as an entity, we're causing some hardship to these business owners, right? What was the monetary value assigned to not just the property, but everything that Mr. Turgeon described as far as moving and having to incur the cost of that? Was that factored into our valuation, and what was that?
Yeah, I apologize. July 14th, 2023, CBRE did the appraisal, valued the land at $2,200,000, and then we had improvements pertaining to realty, which is IPRs. We had an appraisal done by Desmond, Marcello, and Amster, and they valued at $59,500. That appraisal was performed without any documentation given to us by Mr. Turgeon, so it was more of an observing appraisal. We weren't provided with documentation.
How did we come about with the $59,500?
That's what Desmond, Marcello, with the information that they had or what they could see, that's what they had valued. We are open to negotiation still if we could see all the information needed.
Right. Yeah, I'm having a little bit of trouble there. Like, why those folks, the ones you referenced, did not have these conversations with Mr. Turgeon and other property owners prior to coming up with a price tag?
They did, but they denied. I'm told our right-of-way consultants were told that they were not going to provide the documentation that was requested to give an accurate valuation. He does qualify for relocation benefits as well, and that information wasn't received either to value that.
And I'm trying to reconcile, we've gone through this before, obviously, with what High Speed Rail is doing and some of the businesses over there. I was under the impression that those costs were obviously incurred by the business, but they were subsequently compensated for that. Mr. Turgeon, if I could ask you a question with regards to what the actual relocation cost would be for you. Do you have a number on what that would potentially be, or are you not prepared to have that today?
Council member? Oh.
Sir, can you speak into the mic, please? Thank you.
To order to move. My attorney advised me not to talk any pricing.
Okay.
But to my estimate, to find a place, 28,000 or 30,000 square feet, put shelving, put bolt in the ground, approved by the fire department. And moving all that stuff, transportation, trucking, all that stuff, is going to cost me $7.5 million.
How much?
$7.5 million.
Let me ask you a question, Mr. Turgeon. When did you secure your legal counsel for this matter?
I didn't get it.
When did you secure your legal counsel? When did you hire an attorney for this matter? How long has he been helping you with this?
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
I mean,
Councilmember, if I could interject, Mr. Turgeon has retained our firm on another eminent domain matter, and that we've been retained for almost 2 years. On the McKinley matter, we were engaged after he received an updated offer in December 2023 from the city. So that's how long we've been retained on that. And just to clarify Mr. Terzian's point on the relocation cost, he and his son Tony had, after speaking with Ms. Barnes, city's consultant, back in October of 2023, and receiving the city's initial offer, they had canvassed the area, the Fresno area, looking for comparable buildings where they could move their business. And they came away with buildings in the $6 to $7 million range after receiving that offer of $2 million. I believe Mr. Terzian earlier stated that it might cost him upwards of several $100,000 to successfully move his entire inventory and equipment from his existing facility to a new location.
So, Mr. Taggart, let me ask you this question before we kind of go off on different tangents. When did you submit, as his legal representation, a offer to the city of Fresno?
We had not submitted an offer to the city because we had not been provided documentation, including a relocation plan that would allow us to submit a knowledgeable offer. We have requested formally and informally project plans, project documents, the relocation plan. Both Mr. Terzian and his son, and then myself and my office have submitted these requests and received no response until yesterday after the statement of objections was due, when we received a response from the city attorney's office disclosing publicly available documents that were already in our possession and stating that project documents specific to the grade separation project would not be provided because those documents were incomplete.
Let me try to see if I can simplify this a little bit more. But I think the part for me is that we haven't had really a conversation with regards to what the dynamics and the negotiations have been with this. So this question is for our legal counsel. Raj, have you had any correspondence with their legal counsel and our legal counsel, or is that letter that he referenced the first time that our legal counsel was involved?
I've not been directly involved with Mr. Terzian's attorney. We do have attorneys in our office, but I don't believe we've been directly involved to the extent that we have been involved with the PRAs. We follow our processes for those documents being disclosed.
Well, and that's my concern, that I think because now it's become a legal matter, council has not been briefed on the detail, the dynamics, and everything that's related to this up until the last moment. Now we're being asked to make a decision here on the dais without having had an opportunity to at least try to negotiate and work something out. I'm not very comfortable with that dynamic. I'm not saying it's fault. That's why I'm trying to get a little bit more overview on what transpired that brought us here, because now we have to make a decision.
Councilmember, I think it would be helpful if we took 2 steps back and let Director Morrison explain it's a 2-part process and where we are in the process.
Sure.
I think that would be helpful. Yeah. Randall?
Yeah, good morning, Council. Randall Morrison, Director of Capital Projects. I do want to make sure that it's clear that we are following a process with every single one of these acquisitions. And it starts with getting the properties appraised and to within our ability, appraising any value of their assets on the property. Also working with them on their options for relocation assistance and other items associated to reduce any impacts that may happen with our acquisitions that are necessary. But I do want to point out on this particular acquisition, we are bringing this resolution of necessity forward. It is necessary for the project, but we need to bring it forward and not let the negotiations fully go through that process because of a title issue. There is a legal matter at hand here that limits our ability to go through the normal negotiation process. And so we're at that point from a schedule standpoint that we need to move forward with this resolution of necessity today in order to go through that legal proceeding and allow the courts and the attorneys to work through the issues at hand. And so it is outside of the normal negotiation process, unfortunately. And so we are here to take it to that next
What
step.
is that title issue, Randall?
Council, Councilmember Chavez, our office can provide a trade memo with the details of that for the entire council to consider if you would like. Randall, I don't know what your timeline is on this. I know that there is some time sensitivity, but if we could, my recommendation is that if council has a desire to have a little bit more information, we could provide that by the next meeting.
Are we not able to state what the issue is with title?
We can. I mean,
I think we should. We're having this discussion.
The issue is that there's some.
If I may, the issue's on the staff report, so it's public.
Yeah, I mean, there is an issue with how we would take title because of the way that it's held, and there are some clouds on title that need to be cleared. At present, we feel that the cleanest way to do that would be to ask a court to clear title. And so we would submit it to the court, and the court would then be able to get us possession so we could move forward with the project. But the arguments that have been presented by the property owner's attorney go to necessity for the property, for the taking. I think that is something that staff can provide the information for, which is in the staff report. I believe a presentation has been made prior before this council regarding this grade separation project as well. So that information has been provided. But to the extent that Randall would like to provide any other information, he certainly can now to tell you why the project is important. I think Cassie provided some of that information. But the findings are in the resolution. I also will note, just for the record, that if the council moves forward with approving this resolution today, it doesn't mean that negotiations stop. The negotiations are ongoing, but there are title issues, and those issues require a higher level of authority to clear up.
And I understand that. I understand what the Randall's talking. We're going through the process. I get that. My concern is that as a council, we haven't had, at least I haven't had enough information to kind of decipher what this looks like with regards to invoking eminent domain. I don't take that lightly. We've had discussions about this in the past. And obviously we don't have a willing seller per the testimony of the property owner. Other property owner, I know they didn't show up, but for the sake of this conversation, I'm not comfortable moving forward without having more of a informational background on what this looks like. Thank you, Council President.
Council President, can I just go ahead, add a moment of clarification? So I just want, and I appreciate what you're saying, Council Member, but I just want to make sure, just to remind everybody, because obviously I think we all take eminent domain very seriously. And, eminent domain is generally a two-step process. So one, it's declaring, it is doing the resolution of necessity. So what's before you today, and Council, City Attorney, please step in if I misstate the legal process, is basically the council acknowledging that this property is necessary for the project to move forward. The financial aspect of eminent domain is still an ongoing process, subject to negotiation as to what the final dollar amounts are going to be paid. But what is before you today is stating or agreeing or not agreeing with staff that this property is necessary for the project to move forward. So I just wanted to provide that clarification, because I know when we bring money in on the discussion, it sort of confuses the matter. And in order, and as staff and city attorney has stated, because there is a cloud on title, this is a little bit of a different process that we've had to file because I believe the courts are involved. So this is the process that we've been advised to go down in order to show now that the property is necessary to move forward with the project. Thank you for that opportunity.
And I would be more comfortable with that, City Manager, if it wasn't very explicit in the item. If you look at the resolution point 2, it says Turgeon for the construction of the Blackstone-McKinley BNS grade separation project and authorizing eminent domain proceedings for public use. If that wasn't there, I think it'd be a little bit different dynamic, but it's explicitly authorizing eminent domain, and I think that's the challenge that I'm trying to work through.
So eminent domain is what we're doing. The resolution of necessity is part of eminent domain proceedings. It's just a two-step. I understand your point.
All right, sir, if you would like to speak, you can come up to the mic.
Yeah.
Please speak in the mic.
I object that. You can reroute it from Blackstone to Effie, from Effie to Peralta. There's no reason to take my property. I want to go stay there. I've been there for a long time. I have inventory.
Okay.
I mean, I'd be glad to give you, dedicate the sidewalk free. You don't have to pay me for it.
All right, sir, we're going to move on to, I have a few more people punched up. So up next, we're going to hear from Councilmember Arias.
Just for city staff, I have a couple questions.
Go ahead.
For the staff.
Excuse me?
For the city staff, I have questions for the city staff. You can take a seat for now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we stand here?
Yes, you can stand. Sit. City staff, what's the scope of the overall project? What's the estimated project cost, and how long has this project been in the works? I know it goes back to Measure C and probably decade long, but do you know how long this project has been under development and what the total cost of the project is?
We have $150 million for this project right now. That includes construction, design, and right-of-way costs. The project, as far as my knowledge, has been under work since the FCTA discussions in 2020, but I'm going to let Randall give me the nod if I'm correct on that.
Thank you. And then when do you anticipate needing the property? When does the project anticipate needing this specific parcel or all the parcels in this vicinity? Do we have a estimated start date of construction?
So the first part of your question is when do we anticipate having all of these parcels in place? And really it's looking at the overall schedule and everything that has to fall into place. We are anticipating construction starting in early 2026. And it seems like it's a ways out there, but there's a lot that has to take place, and especially if we have to go through the eminent domain proceedings on a couple of these properties, there is a process to get in front of the court and gain that possession. Then there will be demolition contracts that are needed in order to clear some of these sites. So there is a lot that has to fall into place, and we have several acquisitions associated with the project.
And if you remind me, the initial estimate for this project was around 80 million. That clearly has increased because the longer we take, the higher the cost becomes for any construction project, correct?
That original estimate, it was based on a very high-level assumption. And then as we dove into the details of the design, we started working with BNSF and really looked at the profile of McKinley and Blackstone and how far out we would have to take to safely clear underneath the railroads. That is what led to majority of the cost increases, as well as just general economy increases. And then there's additional property acquisitions associated with that larger footprint to conform.
Thank you. I do have a couple questions for the property owner. Is there a reason why your attorney can't be here in person, since it's a pretty important matter?
He's in Sacramento.
He can't drive to Fresno to be here in person?
Costly.
Okay.
Costly. He's on telecom.
Then this question might be for him.
Yes.
Why is there a discrepancy on the deed of trust on this property?
There's no problem with the deed of trust whatsoever.
Who has a deed of trust?
I'm the trustee. I'll sign the paper, I sign the deed, and give it to the...
So it indicates on the staff report that the transfer was not insured or verified by a title company.
I'm the trustee. I have right to buy and sell. I don't have no problem. I've done it before. I'll do it again.
Understood, but my question is, why wasn't the transfer of the deed insured or certified verified by a title company?
Okay. He's saying the best thing is consult my attorney.
Okay. Can your attorney speak to that?
We can give you a clear title whatsoever.
Councilmember, as far as this trust issue, it seems like city staff, the issue was that a copy of the trust hadn't been provided. I've been in communication with the city's consultants on this for months now, and no request for a trust has been made, and this title issue hasn't been raised. If that's something that needs to be worked through for the sake of moving forward with the proposed acquisition, then I see no reason why that cannot be done prior to the adoption of a resolution of necessity. And
so do you have it on hand that you can provide to the city?
The trust established 1985.
This question to the attorney.
Oh, the attorney.
Do you have it on hand that you can provide to the city?
I can speak with Mr. Terzi and we can provide a copy of the trust to the city, yes.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions for now. And just to close my comments here, the reason I second these items is twofold. I'm very hesitant to use eminent domain in general. I've seen too many experiences where the city utilized eminent domain and the project never came to fruition. 10, 20 years later, the project is sitting there, and then somehow we magically sell it to somebody with political connections to a city. At the same time, I have several significant projects in my district, and every time that project's delayed is for a reason. The common reasons have been we don't have property owners who are willing to sell, so we have to use eminent domain for the public right-of-way. The second reason is this back and forth that continues to delay things. I personally don't see why an attorney wouldn't be physically present here for such an important matter. I take issue with that. But this project has increasingly increased in cost, and the more delays we have, the higher the cost will be. This is not a project just for the city of Fresno or for this neighborhood. It's a regional project for the whole county. The train intersections and the amount of vehicle traffic is a public safety hazard and a danger, especially to Fresno City College students who are around the corner. This project has been in the queue for a long time. I think we need to move forward with the project. If we delay any acquisition right away, and I appreciate your offer to give a sidewalk, but the fact is, we cannot do a $150 million project with somebody suggesting that an additional 20 feet of sidewalk is sufficient. These are master plan projects by civil engineers that have to be held accountable to standards of the rail system, the federal and the state standards of road construction and right-of-way construction. It can't be on the side of a napkin with an adjustment. So my hope is, and I recognize that today what you're asking us is simply to declare that this is publicly a necessity, which I believe it is. The second part of this conversation around compensation is not before us today.
Yeah.
It will be in the future, and I'm sure staff will give us some more information. And I would just advise you and your attorney to respond to all the city requests so that there isn't delay on the secondary compensation component of this work. But the fact is, this property is necessary for the $150 million regional project for the county of Fresno and the city of Fresno. And any delay in acquiring the right-of-way would simply escalate the costs and result in more tragedies in that intersection.
Well,
Thank you, Council Member.
I'm objecting that. You can go on North Effie and Peralta and hit the other Blackstone.
All right, up next we have Council Member Esparza.
Thank you, Council President. I'm not sure what's left to ask. I think everybody chimed in almost. But I did want to clarify, my main point of clarity, maybe this was said when I stepped out very briefly from staff, is if we were to pass this resolution of necessity, does that then preclude us from continuing to negotiate, or negotiations continue?
It does not. It does not preclude the city from continuing to negotiate. It's a recognition by the council of the necessity, and it is authorization for staff to move forward, but staff would continue to negotiate.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think the necessity is clear here based on our engineers and city staff. And, you know, we're on number 9 right now. We're still on questions by the Council President?
That's correct.
Okay. Well, that was my last point of clarity. Everybody kind of flushed it out for the most part. But I just wanted to be clear that this is not the permanent taking at this point. This is resolution of necessity, declaring a necessity, and we hope to see negotiations continue.
I object to that. I mean, I would like to talk to the engineer, the drawing, and I can explain it to him.
At this time, Mr. Turgeon, did you have a question that you needed him to answer?
I asked my one question. I think that's enough.
We're going to finish just comments and questions at the council. So Council Vice President Karbasi, you have the floor.
Great, thank you. I appreciate my colleagues for all their comments and staff as well. I almost feel like we're dealing with a civil matter here, which is a bit uncomfortable. Really, this issue comes down to a public safety issue. I know these eminent domain matters are always something that leave us a little bit uncomfortable, but I can tell you, at least in my district, grade separation projects save lives, and we're talking about a high-use area right by housing, right by the college, and anything we can do to separate road from rail makes a difference. Growing up in Northwest Fresno, the grade separation at Shaw and Shaw and Marks, I'm sorry, thank you, made a huge difference because as a kid, I remember my mom and I getting in a car accident out there and we almost got hit by the train. And that was a nightmare. And once that grade separation went in, it took a generation to get it funded and get built. It made a huge difference because we have lost lives there. And I think that what we're doing here is it's very uncomfortable because you obviously seem like a gentleman and I'm sorry you're having to go through this. And I believe you're going to continue to have some kind of recourse. But as a matter of policy, I really think we need to move forward today, and I'm going to support my colleagues moving forward with this item today on the benefit of public safety. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Vice President. Councilmember Butterfield.
Yeah, staff, please. Yeah, can you speak to the safety issues of why this is so necessary for the council to take this action today?
Yeah, good morning. The safety issues are really, they've been going on for a long time. There's a lot of benefits that are necessary for this project to move forward. Safety issues, there's been a number of fatalities at these various crossings over the last few years, and it's important for us to grade separate it and separate those rail cars from the vehicular traffic and the pedestrian traffic and get them below it. So that's the safety aspect. There's a lot of delay as well from the traveling public that goes through this busy intersection, and so that's additional benefit associated with the project.
Okay. You say that there have been fatalities there as a result of not having this separation? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. And I don't have the exact number. I believe 4.
Okay. All right. Well, I think that's a critical piece of this. I think we're all concerned whenever there's an eminent domain, but it needs to rise to the level of an issue of safety or saving lives. You're making the argument that that's the case.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. I have no other council members who wish to speak at this time, so I'm going to open it up for public comment. Is there anyone in the chambers who wishes to provide public comment on the 9:20 a.m. item? Please come up at this time. Good morning. Please state your name, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, my name is Lynn Owens, also known as Miss 5250 Crazy for Justice on YouTube. I just want the record to show that this is a timed event, 9:15 timed event. It is currently, 11:41. I don't know when it started, but in response to Mr. Arias's question, maybe that's why the attorney is not here, because he knew that 9:15 would be a waste of his time. I have no idea what this project is about. I assume it's something to do with the high-speed rail. But in my attempt outside to read the agenda on that kiosk, there is no staff report. You can't get to the staff report. So, that's an issue that the public is not able to see these documents ahead of time. And I'd also like the record to show that this item is subject to the mayor's veto, and he is nowhere to be seen. There's actually 12 items. 10 to 12 items that are subject to the mayor's veto, and he is gone after the photo ops are over. And I assume that we're going to be breaking for lunch real soon. I don't see why you people need an hour and a half for lunch. And I'd also like to know about the 4 fatalities. That is over how many years? And is that not, higher by degree to, other intersections? Or is that kind of a normal thing for an intersection that doesn't have this grade separation? And I guess that's it. That's all that I have to say here on the item.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on the 9:20 a.m. resolution of necessity item? Please come up at this time. See no one else in the chambers. Clerk, is there anyone online who wishes to provide public comment?
Yes, we have Lisa Flores.
Good morning, Lisa. You have 3 minutes.
Good morning. First off, I think that you guys need to be a little bit more genteel with business owners that are going to be losing their businesses. It is heartbreaking to be there for decades and to, you guys need to class it up a little on your side. Second, it appears that you have an incomplete work product that has been provided to you from both staff and your contractor. That has me as a taxpayer gravely concerned that decisions are being made and you're not being given the totality of the situation, especially with eminent domain, because everybody knows the longer that it goes on, the more expensive it gets. So if your staff gets it right and your contractors get it right, then basically you'll be saving money in the long run. Third, doesn't matter if his attorney is here or not, you're not paying his attorney bill. So be a little bit nicer in regards to that. And fourth, the one question I had, you guys are talking about desks right there on Blackstone at the railroad tracks by Fresno City. Those are all college, getting educated people. The question is, why are they getting hit? What sort of educational component needs to be addressed within the school regarding safety? And also, too, in comparison to a death count, doesn't the Shields, and I want to say it's the Maroa before the little turn right there, have more people killed at it versus Blackstone? What are the numbers? Because that's just a little further north of McKinley. So when you're talking apples and oranges, you also need to look at other sites along the area, because I think that the Shields one has a higher death count. So just want to make those points. Thank you.
Thank you very much. City Clerk, any additional speakers? Nope. Okay. I will close the public hearing at this time. Bring it back up to the dais. Councilmember Esparza.
Yeah, thank you, Council President. Thank you, Randall, for providing sort of the context on the safety component. But as you alluded to, there's more to it than just that. The time costs of the vehicles there, as well as the environmental impacts and traffic impacts. So it's really more of a holistic type impact, positive impact that we're seeing for the community through this project. And I think it rose to the level of getting the attention from the FCTA, right, who really sort of were the ones who spearheaded. We've now come in to sort of finish it out and close it out. These types of issues are never easy. I know it's not been easy on city staff. It's definitely not been easy on the property owner. But I'm hoping we can pass this resolution today, and I look forward to seeing a resolution at some point of some sort as we move toward the completion of this project. So in keeping with my last motion, that was also my district, I'll go ahead and make the motion to approve.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve the 9:20 a.m. resolution of necessity. That motion was made by Councilmember Esparza, seconded by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? I have the item passing 6-1 with Councilmember Chavez voting no. Thank you. All right, Council, I don't believe we have enough time before lunch to hit the next item. I've had a couple requests to go ahead and take lunch, and then we will be back at 1:15. We will be back at 1:15.
If we had some Costco pizza, we could have worked through lunch, but guess not.
going to get this meeting back to order. The time is 1:20 in the afternoon. We're going to kick things off again with the 9:25 a.m. item. This is a hearing to consider plan amendment and rezone application number P21-01960, developer permit application number P21-03252, and the related environmental studies. This is pertaining to approximately 22 acres of property located on the northeast corner of West Herndon Avenue and North Riverside Drive. The hearing will be held as follows. We're going to start with staff presentation, followed by the applicant's presentation. We're going to bring it back up to the dais and do questions from the council members. We will open it up for public comment. We will close the public comment portion and then discussion and action. So up first, we have Phil with the Planning Department for staff's presentation.
Good afternoon, Council President and Council members. Philip Segrist with the Planning and Development Department. These items before you for consideration include a final environmental impact report, a plan amendment and rezone application, 2 conditional use permit applications, and a plan development. And they pertain to a 22.4 acre site that's currently located at the northeast corner of West Herndon Avenue and North Riverside Drive in Northwest Fresno. So the project proposes to develop the site with a 219,216 square foot Costco warehouse retail building that will also include alcohol sales and an integrated market delivery operation. It'll also include an automated car wash and a full service station, fuel service station with 32 pumps. Project will also include on and off-site improvements, which include new drive approaches, curbs, gutters, and sidewalks, as well as on-site parking, landscaping, and a trail. In addition, the project also includes a connection of Spruce Avenue to Riverside Drive. Now, this project will facilitate the relocation of the existing West Shaw Avenue Costco. An interesting fact that West Shaw Costco location was approved in 1985 and is the very first Costco to be located in the state of California. So this item was considered by the City Council on February 21st, 2024, and the items were, during that hearing, several questions were raised related to traffic and environmental impacts, mitigation measures which would be incorporated as part of the project, as well as effects on nearby property values and traffic safety. And then following closure of public comment, the item was tabled and referred back to staff to respond to those questions. So staff's considered those questions, which were addressed in the staff report, which I'll provide a quick summary of those. In addition, the applicant team has also prepared responses to that, which have been included as exhibits, and they also have prepared a presentation as well. So in response to questions about related to truck traffic using North Riverside Drive, Costco is committed to prohibiting all truck trips from using North Riverside Drive, including truck trips associated with non-Costco, other vendors besides just Costco. In response to which specific environmental impacts did the EIR determine to be significant and unavoidable, the EIR did determine that 4 significant and unavoidable impacts were noise, project and VMT, project and cumulative VMT, and traffic safety. In response to which specific mitigation measures would be implemented to ensure noise levels at residences along the west side of Riverside Drive would be, which mitigation measures would be implemented to bring those noise levels down to a level consistent with the established thresholds. Costco has confirmed that they will pave North Riverside Drive with the rubberized asphalt concrete instead of constructing a sound barrier wall along the western side of Riverside Drive. In response to the questions about recreational netting along West Spruce Avenue, staff maintains that because the netting was included as a part of the project description for the EIR, the netting shall be provided as part of this project. However, staff would like to state into the record that any new netting that is installed shall be consistent and compatible with existing netting and improvements that are along the western property line of the golf course along Riverside Drive. And in response to questions related to traffic safety and speeding along West Spruce Avenue, after Spruce is punched through and connected to Riverside Drive, the Public Works Department has provided traffic calming measures that could be implemented by Costco. Those were included as part of the staff report as Exhibit N, and they include the installation of an all-way stop and high visibility crosswalks at the intersection of North Riverside Drive and North Hayes Avenues. Oh, I'm sorry, Spruce and Hayes, I'm sorry. The additional traffic calming measures to be provided could include installation of refuge islands in Spruce, and those would be located at the east end of the golf course, as well as the near the intersection of Spruce and Cindrini Avenues. As previously mentioned, the applicant team has prepared additional information in response to some of other questions that were asked, and those, again, additional material has been included as part of the staff report as exhibits, and they do have a presentation. And so staff, no changes to staff's recommendation, that staff recommends the city certify the final EIR and adopt the statements of overriding consideration and findings of fact, as well as the mitigation monitoring reporting program. And staff recommends the council approve the plan amendment and rezone applications and the conditional use permit application and plan development permit. And staff, that concludes staff's presentation, and we're available to address any questions.
Thank you very much. At this time, we're going to move to the applicant's presentation. We're going to give you guys up to 10 minutes.
Right or left? Okay, thank you. All right, I got it. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Perry Holliday. I am the Real Estate Development Director for Costco, assigned to this project here in Fresno for a relocation of the existing Shaw Costco warehouse. I first want to say we appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Since our last meeting, we have been very busy compiling a comprehensive packet of information and responses to the questions raised at that meeting. Costco really appreciates all the work that city staff, the Fresno County EDC team, and the Costco team have put into preparing the supplemental packets. I hope you have found the supplemental materials we provided responsive to your questions and requests. Today, we will not go through all the information, but would like to present maybe about a few minutes of what we think were the highlights of our responses in our packet. So the three items that we thought were sort of the items we thought would be a good list to go over today to keep things as short as possible. The first one is the offsite improvements. The second being the site specifics and operational items. And then the third being the economics and community benefits. So as presented previously, these are the offsite improvements. Unless you want me to go through the whole list, I'd like to just point out a new improvement that we did add, or a change really, that we added to the site plan to ensure that our truck traffic remains off of the Riverside Drive entrance. It's a little bit hard to see here, but the first curb cut on the south side of Riverside previously was shown as a right-in, right-out. We've made the decision to convert that to a right-in only in the effort to keep any potential trucks from entering on that entrance, and then also to prevent them from exiting onto Riverside. And then something else I wanted to point out on the offsite improvements specifically, I know the concern was to address traffic calming along Spruce. And as Philip had mentioned earlier, there are some improvements that are proposed since we last met. There are a couple medians that were proposed at along Spruce, and then the four-way stop intersection at Hayes and Spruce. Additionally, there is some striping that's going to be done on the western side of Spruce, west of Riverside Drive. And I believe Public Works has been working with the Transportation Department to have that road restriped to help calm traffic. Another item that was of concern on the last go-round was our fuel queuing. This graphic, I think, is a little bit better than what we had showed previously in that it actually shows what our plans are for queuing at the fuel station and the number of vehicles that this fuel station can actually accommodate. Keeping in mind that the Shaw location will still have a fuel station operational, we're not expecting nearly as much traffic here for fueling, as it's going to be divided between the Shaw location and this location, depending on where our members are coming from.
And Perry, this might be a good place to point out relative to the operation hours of the gas station. I know there was some questions about that last time, and we have addressed that in our supplemental information. But the way the hours of the gas station are longer than the regular store, and there was some concern over that. The studies have really shown that it distributes the traffic out and we don't end up with peak times, and so it actually serves a lot, it works a lot better. So just why we had that in front of us.
Thanks, Lynette. If there aren't any questions later on, we can move on from this, but I think this is pretty self-explanatory. This queuing scenario holds about 96 vehicles, which is pretty significant. So I think we can move on from this one. Another question that came up was, what if the car wash isn't successful and we decide to close it? The car wash actually isn't that new to Costco. We currently have 14 Costco warehouses in the U.S. that currently have operating car washes that are very successful. We don't have any intentions of closing those car washes. But should we decide to close this one for whatever reason, or if we don't proceed with putting one in the first place, we actually have prepared 2 exhibits to show you what the scenarios could potentially look like. One where we would just put parking in place of the car wash, and the second image shows a potential outparcel building that could potentially be leased out should we decide to not put in a car wash here. Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead? I'm going to hand it over to Lynette.
Thank you. Lynette Diaz with Urban Planning Partners, land use planner on this project. So I'll try to go through these last ones really quickly. The warehouse operations, there was a lot of questions about hours and that, so just really simple. The warehouse and the car wash are Monday through Friday, 9 to 8:30, and Saturday and Sunday, 9 to 7. And then, as we just mentioned, the fuel is open from 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. We also, this might be a good place to mention that we did meet with the school district. We don't have a slide on that. We've met with them multiple times. They did submit a letter today of support of the project. So hopefully you guys have received that. But we talked to them about, we went over every single bus stop and where it was and everything, and they feel really comfortable with the project. So we were very pleased about that. And then also a number of questions about how many employees, how many jobs, benefits, pay. So this is just a really quick overview. With the relocation, we expect the increase of about 15% of employees. That would be equivalent to 37 new full-time equivalents. The full-time employees are promoted from within. All employees are hired part-time. Their part-time is 24 hours per week at a minimum. All employees get benefits after 90 days, whether they're part-time or full-time. Compensation is $18 to $34 an hour. and the retention rate is really great. The last 2 years, they had less than 20% turnover from their employees. And if you look at the graphic there, you can see a lot of employees have been there over 10 years, and some over 20 and 25. So people work there a long time. Community benefits, I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here. There were a lot of questions, but we also provided a lot of information in the packet. If you guys have questions, we're happy to answer them. Really quickly on the 1%, that is a national company-wide contribution. It's not store by store, but we did highlight some of the stuff we do specific in Fresno. We also met with the school district. In our discussions with the school district, we have committed to forming a partner, being part of their partner program. And the superintendent was very excited about that, and that will include having in the Central Unified School District the backpack program, the Feeding American Donations, which already are there, the reading program, and then the CTE Business Entrepreneur Pathway, job fair, a number of other things. And so she met with the general manager and are excited about that, and that's mentioned in the letter as well. So then the last topic we want to cover relates to economics, and three different areas, basically. Impact on adjacent property values, so essentially impact on the value of homes that are near Costco. Costco does not collect data on that. But we talked to a few people. It's extremely hard to isolate that. There's just so many different variables. We did just a back of the envelope quick study using MLS data that was available. We looked at a quarter mile, half mile, and 1 mile radius of the Clovis location, which was a relocation, kind of similar site across from Target. It was already zoned commercial, as this site is. And there was no noticeable trend to that. In the 3 years after the Clovis warehouse was opened, within a quarter mile of the Costco, which, that's a small area, but that's where I think people are most concerned that there'll be an impact. The increased over 40% in that 3-year period. By comparison, in the 3 years after the warehouse, and you looked at the whole mile, it's 34.4%. We only looked at single family to kind of minimize the number of variables, otherwise it would have been all over the map. So very back of the envelope, but I think it's an indicator. So hopefully that helps you guys on that one. Then on the economic benefits, we worked with the County of Fresno EDC. They've been great and are here today if you guys have any questions. But they prepared an economic impact study that gives you guys some better sense and order of magnitude of the impact the store could have. They did use typical trade numbers for large warehouse store. The information very specific to Costco is proprietary, as it is with all businesses in that type of situation. And then we also looked a little bit closer at property tax, just to give you guys some idea and have some responses to your questions. So this slide is about the construction impacts, and if you just look, basically the store will be a $98 million investment in the area, so that is big. And basically 100 temporary jobs are projected. Basically for the money that's being put into the economy from those jobs, as well as Costco's investment, the return will be for every dollar spent by the project, $1.55 will be spent in the community. So very significant. And we also will be using a local City of Fresno general contractor. So any of the money that you guys are there generating back to the city will likely be spent in the city or has a higher that. Tax revenue associated with the construction, the EDC estimated that to be almost $13 million. That is across federal, state, and local. But they did estimate that about 24% of that would stay in Fresno County, The model's not fine grained enough to go all the way down to the city level, but that's about $3 million. And so that's just for the construction phase. We get into the operational phase, and we're looking at the about 55 million annual economic benefit, representing the project's overall regional product contribution. So money that will come back into your community. It'll go into jobs a number of different ways. 289 direct full-time equivalent jobs, and that's an increase of approximately 21 FTEs. Then it will induce approximately 116 other jobs. And then kind of getting down to the bottom line, we're looking at, about $15 million annually across all the different taxing. And it's estimated that about $4 million of that will stay within the Fresno County area. I will point out these are very conservative numbers because they use the typical program numbers. Also, it's not taking into account the existing location, what will be generated by that eventually. And then the last thing we did, which we could use some specific numbers, so we went ahead and ran this, is property tax revenue. The increase of the value of the property would be significant. It would go from 1.4 million to 98 million. Currently, the city, or the property taxes on the property for the 1%, not including bonds, is about 14,000. It would go up to 980,000, so a significant increase for each year. And the change, another part of it that would be significant is all the bonds for the Unified School District. They would increase from getting about 3,000 a year to about 210,000 a year. We estimate the city's portion of the property tax would be 200,000 to 300,000, but we weren't able to get close enough with the auditor back and forth to get all the particulars of that, so we provided a range so we wouldn't hit it wrong. So with that, we're looking forward to hopefully being under construction shortly, and hope we have answered all the questions that were thoughtful and you guys put forward. Anything else, Perry?
No, that's a very good summary. And yes, we have the rest of our technical team here to answer any specific questions that maybe we didn't cover in the highlights. And yes, thank you very much for your time. And yeah, if we are approved today, our plan would be to start construction later this fall to be open in the summer of 2025. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And could you just confirm that you did get the letter from the school district?
That was passed out to us, yes.
Great. Wonderful.
Okay, we are now going to do council questions. These would be questions to staff or to the applicant. I have
Good.
This is Lourdes, Spanish interpreter on Zoom. I can hear you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience. We are now going to restart the item, not restart, continue the item. This is the 925 item. We just finished the applicant's presentation, so we're going to move on to questions from council members. These will be questions to the applicant as well as staff. Up first, we have Council Vice President Karbasi.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm going to start with some questions for staff. First off, if Brianna, you could pull up the memo that our staff provided us on April 4th, the tray memo. First off, I want to thank city staff. So one thing just to share again with the public, there are certain items that come before the council where they're called quasi-judicial. We act like judges, and we really are limited in our ability to meet with applicants. We have to consider only things presented on the record at a public hearing. So I have not been able to actually meet with Costco or the applicants, but our staff has done a really great job of meeting with them and then bringing comprehensive information back to us so we can make an informed decision. And for me, making that informed decision is really important. Now, in that document, there should be, right before the PowerPoint presentations, let's keep going, a negative declaration from 1985, I believe. Uh-oh. With a little patience, we're going to get there. It's a big document. Maybe we can download it and then open it that way. Okay. Oh, we're going to do an overhead projector? Okay. Yeah, what is an overhead projector? Old school. Focus. Yeah. I feel like I'm in Mrs. Weisner's first grade class at Malik again. We're getting close. Well, you mean every document we're going to have to put it up like this? Oh. Why don't we see if we can get it on a flash drive and get it to her? Is that possible? I emailed it to her. Yeah, that's the problem.
For the record, Costco, if you had churros back, we wouldn't be having this debate prolonged.
Okay, I'll tell you what. We can just. Yes. Yes. There you go. Great job. All right. Excellent. Good job, Rihanna. And thank you, Todd. Okay, so continuing on. So this is a document that was created, and it is a negative declaration. And this is what greenlit the Costco that we have that was approved back in 1985 on West Shaw. Director, would you mind coming forward for a second, for a few moments? Oh, thank you. And just for the public, just quickly, what is a negative declaration?
So in this particular case, a negative declaration, established that this project would not have an impact on the environment.
Right. Based on the standards of that time.
Based on the standards of that time.
So, Brianna, if you wouldn't mind going to the next page. Oh, it worked. Great. Okay. And then if you look on the right column, under transportation and circulation, I ended up highlighting the first two, 10.1 and 10.2. Generation of vehicle traffic sufficient to cause capacity deficiencies on existing street system. Remind you, we're talking about, Shaw Avenue now. And then the next one, 10.2, cumulative increase in traffic on a major street for which capacity deficiencies are projected. And then when you click a 1 out of it goes from 0 to 3, that means no significant environmental effect. So when the council back then approved Costco on West Shaw, the first Costco in California, I used to go there as a kid too. It's great. But what we see today, they made a decision, I guess in good faith, and then we're dealing with the cluster we have out there today. This is why there's so much scrutiny, especially on traffic during this hearing, because we want to ensure that 30 years from now, when this Costco is still here, the taxpayers aren't going to have to come in and bail out this project with money we may not have, because you never know if it's a good year or a deficit year like we're facing now. So that's kind of why we're asking so many questions here. So, Director, and this is again restating from the last hearing, the current land use designation that has been there for a very long time, so even before those homes were built, does permit the Costco building itself from being built, correct?
A warehouse-style retail market, yes.
Okay. So we're not approving a rezone to allow the Costco. If the Costco wanted to build today a warehouse building, they could do that without this council's approval.
Correct.
Got it. Okay. And then regarding the car wash, I believe the applicant did mention earlier, I just want to be very clear on that. They claim they're going to continue with the car wash, and that's great, and I hope it's successful. But if they were to, let's say, abandon the concept, they will have an alternative they presented. Does that come back to this council in a future date for approval?
It depends on what would be proposed to be placed there. So it would be a revision to their entitlement, a revision to their documents. It could be a minor revision or a major revision, but the council cannot act on a future concept that's not known at this time, right? So that future concept would have to follow whatever the rules are at the time that it's proposed. So if they came back in 5 years and said, we'd like to make this parking under our current standards, we would route that internally. We could do that and approval at a staff level. If they proposed a use that required, say, a conditional use permit, we would have noticing, we would have other requirements, and it could potentially get appealed up to this body. But at this time, that would be speculative because we don't know what a future use would be.
Okay, thank you. That's all my
That's it?
questions for now. And then Director Mosier, I have some questions regarding traffic calming. If you can go to page 3 of 8 in that tray memo. So, yep, go back up. Actually, I think that's it. Yep, perfect. There you go. Good job. One shot.
Good afternoon, Council.
Director Mosier, a lot of concern has been raised by public comment, and then I brought this up at the last meeting regarding traffic. And anything you put in here, it's going to generate some type of traffic. And of course, there are traffic studies, and we try to mitigate that. I am very concerned. We talked a lot about the traffic on the north end of the project where the gas pumps are and the car wash, which is Spruce. And opening Spruce up at Strother and going into the neighborhood, which eventually will go to Polk, Hayes, and then Polk, of course. Can you talk a little bit about some of the mitigation measures that you mentioned regarding some traffic calming measures, starting with the four-way stop at Hayes and Spruce?
Yes, Council, and also want to recognize great work from our manager of our land planning, Harman Dhaliwal, in putting these together. But that includes installation of an all-way stop at Hayes and Spruce, along with high visibility crosswalks at that location. And then also on Spruce with the connection to the west, that includes essentially a median island, which often in traffic calming terms is known as a choker type device in the median, and that tends to slow traffic in that area.
The four-way stop, you mentioned there is a, let's see the term you used. Visible crosswalk, high visibility crosswalk. Can you describe what that would be like versus what they have now?
Absolutely, and we have a number of high visibility crosswalks in downtown and near schools. So instead of simply the 12-inch white, or appropriate if it's a school zone yellow, as the case may be, instead of simply just the 12-inch white stripes, they have a pattern, often with kind of a ladder, zebra type crosswalk design. So it's known as high visibility to increase awareness of that stop sign and of the crosswalk for the pedestrians. So for heightened, improved safety.
And to, let's say, at this point, let's say the city had the funding and we wanted to upgrade that intersection to a traffic signal. The warrants just aren't there, correct? If we were to do a study today, there isn't enough traffic, and we don't anticipate with the Costco opening, there'll be enough traffic at this time to put in a control?
Today, current counts indicate it does not meet the federal and state warrants for an all-way stop. However, staff does recommend to the council that that would be appropriate, that could be an appropriate condition to add on the project, and that would be an appropriate measure.
I only ask about in the future, let's say several years down the line, just for full disclosure. Before I leave, maybe we'll come back with a request from within our own budget to pay for an actual traffic signal out there if there is a lot of traffic generated. My gut tells me that that may happen based on traffic patterns, because when you build, then you see what people really will do. But just as a disclosure, that's something that that's on my mind for the future. But that's very helpful. Brianna, there is a map in this packet that looks like this that shows some of those islands. It's not really it's hard. I think it's in the middle. It's not really a page number.
I think it was Exhibit N. I don't know.
Unless you want to put it on the projector. Yes. It's one of the maps. No, I have it right here if you want it, but I'll take I can give it, yeah, it's right here. It'll be in the middle. Not that one, but I'll need that one in a minute. If you can back up from there. Or keep going, sorry. Sorry, it's not numbered by a page number.
It is
Exhibit N.
Oh, that might be correct. It froze again? I'm sorry.
Possibly help Brianna locate it. So I think it's after that page that we're looking at earlier.
Basically, I just want to visualize and ask a couple questions regarding the median. Yeah, it's right here. you want to just put it up? Want to use that? Okay. And thank you, everyone, for your patience. We're going to go old school here.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
So right now, Spruce Avenue doesn't go all the way through. It is closed off, and that's at Strother. One of the traffic mitigation measures that staff has recommended be added as a condition that I believe the applicant said they are comfortable with are constructing a series, two median islands, one at Sandrini, and I think one further west of that, if that's correct. Well, that's sort of it right there.
That is correct.
Okay.
One at Sandrini and one at the eastern end of the Costco property line.
Okay.
Golf course.
Golf
Sorry,
course, okay.
my apologies.
So-
There's that intervening parcel, so the east end of Riverside Golf Course.
So my concern is, with traffic, what happens east of Hayes and Spruce? Well, what if we needed to, at some point, construct another, at least smaller median for traffic? Because I worry about it being such a wide road, and we've discussed this before, that people tend to just barrel through roads like that, like Alluvial or Spruce. Is that something that's cost effective to do in the future? And do you anticipate we might have to do that as a result of the Costco?
Council staff would recommend that the locations shown are the most effective for traffic calming. Much further to the east, where it is a 4-lane configuration, then a similar raised median island would be less effective.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Great. And then, I don't know if this is more appropriate for the planning director, but I'll ask you, Director Mosier. The issue of VMT, I've really been torn about opening up Spruce versus not, but one of the drawbacks of opening up Spruce, if we do that, it will trigger going out to the public, and it will trigger amending the EIR. Is that correct? That might be it.
That to not open it up or
Because
remove
that will amend the general plan. Is that correct?
That it is a classified street. It is a collector. So to remove that would be a new general plan amendment.
Okay. And so part of my apprehension is just increasing traffic in the neighborhood. However, Director Clark made a good point in the last meeting. When it comes to vehicle miles traveled, it will actually increase the commute for residents living in that neighborhood north of Spruce. They'll have to go all the way around through Hayes to go all the way around to Arthur, let's say, and to get or Riverside to get into the Costco. So it actually will increase. It could potentially increase traffic in the neighborhood and lead to more VMT. Is that correct?
Yes. So we would
Okay.
recommend building per the general plan.
Okay, with the mitigation measures.
Yes.
Got it. Okay. Now, the most important one we brought up last time was the truck traffic. I want to be very clear. The applicant did mention it, but they have committed to not allowing their delivery trucks, whether they're Costco trucks or their vendors, to use, as best as possible from using Riverside Drive and going through where the neighborhood is. Is that correct?
Yes, we did. Staff did hear that commitment from the applicant,
Okay.
and as shown in their operational statement and documents.
That's a really important mitigation measure, especially if we're going to downgrade Herndon to a super arterial for that left turn pocket. That makes a lot more sense. Now, I want to ask City Attorney's Office a question. Things happen once or twice, I understand, but let's say it becomes habitual to where their vendors are using these big rig trucks and they're going through Riverside instead of Arthur as they've committed. What is the recourse? Would this be a code enforcement action? Would there be penalties?
This could be a code enforcement action, yes. So you would kick it to code enforcement, and we would go from there.
Okay. And there are financial penalties for that?
There could be, yes.
There could be. Okay, gotcha. Okay. And then there on, let's see, page 5, Brianna. There. Oh, you found it. Great. The issue of construction noise. I mean, some of these things, it's just, I know they're doing the best they can to reduce noise, and I can understand that. The hours for construction are are certain time frames where they can't do work out there. It says from the hours of 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. there won't be any construction work. But
but I'm wondering, there's one bullet point that says operating heavy-duty construction equipment at the lowest operating power possible. Doesn't 10 p.m. sound kind of late to be using heavy equipment, or am I misreading that?
Council, I believe that does follow the city's noise ordinance. However, we're not aware, that may be a question for the applicant, we're not aware of any proposal to work into the evening hours on the site construction. That's not typically what we observe with new development.
That's helpful. Maybe we'll come back to that with the applicant. Okay, gotcha. And then page 6, I'm not sure if this is a question for Public Works or Planning. I asked the last time about a mitigation measure. One of the mitigation measures was regarding whether or not to extend the wall at the residences across the way on Riverside Drive. Thank you, Director, I appreciate it. Or constructing a paved roadway segment. And I appreciate the applicant for making a decision, but I want to just ask about this. So if they pave that portion of Riverside using the rubberized hot mix asphalt, it does cost them more to do that. The negative for the city is that requires more frequent maintenance, so higher expense to taxpayers to maintain that road, as what I read in the staff report, memo. So what I'd like to do, and maybe this is a question we'll ask the applicant later, is to encourage the applicant to make that effort. Maybe I won't be specific here about if I support this, which option to choose, to give them the flexibility and to strongly encourage them, at the very least, give the people that live there that option. Do you have any thoughts on that, Director?
Right. So the mitigation monitoring and reporting program does identify 2 potential options to reduce the noise, the traffic noise along Riverside Drive. And it specifically says if one option is not implemented, the other option would be required. So, based on the unknown at the last meeting, the applicant was asked to pick one of the 2 because they have not had the opportunity to go out and meet with residents and ask if there is enough sufficient, or if everyone would agree to the higher wall. They opted to go with the known mitigation measure. But I think, again, that would be a question for the applicant, if they would be willing or okay to go back. From our perspective, it's already written into the MMRP, and it would not require any changes or modifications to the EIR to leave it as an option.
Okay, I'll make a note to go back and ask the applicant.
Okay.
Thank you. Brianna, there are some pictures, I think, in the middle of this packet that show the views people will have of the Costco. So you'll see the pictures of the building. Okay, perfect. So let's see, the one at the number 1, if everyone can see west elevation, that potentially, based on where you're located, that's the view looking over the fence of the residential cinder block walls that residences will see. Now, there's no trees. There'll be trees and vegetation planted. So the reason why I'm asking that question I brought up is I'd like to make a good faith effort, for the applicant to make a good faith effort to give residents the option so they don't come back later and say, oh, my view is terrible. I see this Costco in front of me. Give them a chance to make the choice to have a taller wall and fencing, and that will kill multiple birds with one stone. Moving on to the next thing. This is for Director Mosier. On page 7, Brianna. Going back to traffic safety, one of the mitigation measures that's outlined in the mitigation monitoring reporting program. Point number 2. Hold on, sorry. Let's give it a second to load up. Yep. See where it says do not block pavement markings? When we put the left turn pocket in on Herndon going to turn into Arthur, for the westbound lane, should we have those markings there as well so people don't block that left turn pocket so people can make that turn onto Arthur from Herndon, those going eastbound on Herndon? Does that make sense?
Currently, with that situation, Arthur is far enough away from the Herndon and Riverside intersection that we do not anticipate that being an issue. to have a need for do not block in that area. That would really only be needed if it were a situation where the westbound, the traffic backed up from Riverside was so far that we needed those markings. The downside to having them really comes down to long-term maintenance for the city. We don't have the resources to go install do not block, at dozens and dozens.
This is just painting though, correct?
It is, but those pavement markings, they're stencils when that's done, and so that does take time and a lot of traffic control to shut down the roadway to then re-stencil that in the future.
In the future, if it does become a problem where there's just enough of the westbound traffic that it's backing up at Riverside, then we can't explore that option, but the city would have to pay for that first.
Yes, however, staff evaluated that concern carefully and do not anticipate any issues.
Great, thank you. I have questions about the netting, maybe Director Clark or whoever. Let's talk about that. So I believe when the applicant came forward last time, they mentioned something about, I think a $2 million number was brought out, how much netting is going to cost, but that's for 300-foot netting, is that correct?
So if the net was designed to catch every single potential errant ball, it could be extremely high. However, the current net that runs along the west side of the golf course along Riverside Drive has made an enormous positive impact on the properties to their west. Before it was constructed, Lennar had enormous number of concerns and complaints from neighbors on balls coming across. So it would simply be a continuation of the existing net, height, spacing, type, and configuration of the existing net, and it would prevent balls from hitting those along the pedestrian path of travel, on the north side of Spruce, cars, as well as going into the project site.
And I believe, so, and from what I learned from Public Works, if the net's shorter than 100 feet, and we're talking about considerably shorter than that, they can use wooden poles as opposed to metal or some type of more expensive material.
Correct. They would be able to use the same poles that are there, which are wood. Yes.
So that, and then staff recommends, and I'm also in the same boat, that we do not put that on the taxpayers because Lennar had to pay for that, correct?
They did pay for that themselves. Yes.
Okay. I am going to ask the applicant later for their opinion on that, but I'm going to follow the staff recommendation on that one.
Okay.
Thank you. There was a map, Brianna, another one of a larger map that showed. Yes, that's the one. And this is probably a question for Public Works. Yep. Yeah, zoom out if you can. Probably have to get. Go down, please. Yeah, all the way down to the bottom. Yeah, there we go. We're getting there. Oh, that's perfect. No, this is good. Yeah. So this shows, I believe, the truck route. And I just want to be clear, maybe this is an old map, but, okay, it's an old map? Okay, so even though it shows trucks going through Riverside Drive, that is not actually the way it's going to work? Okay, so the applicant, for those that aren't here, has indicated that that's just an old map. Okay, that helps. Thank you. If you can, in this document, go to the right, and it talks about the number of stalls present. And this is going to be a planning department question. It indicates there are 873 total stalls. Go up a little bit. Okay, got it. I see 92 EV stalls, that's great. 873 total stalls. Of those, 25 are accessible. So my concern is, based on doing just some quick research in California, there are about 2.4 million permanent disabled person parking placards issued for about 26.5 million cars. So that's about a 9% rate. But when you take the 25 out of the total number, we have only less than 3%. Is this enough accessible parking stalls? Now, maybe it meets the standard, but could we ask for more?
Good evening, Council. Philip Segrist, Planning and Development Department. I can't confirm off the top of my head whether or not that 3% would be satisfactory. However, this is the proposed site plan, and prior to final approval, prior to final issuance of permits and construction of the site, it would need to demonstrate that it does meet California Building Code requirements with respect to accessibility. Prior to construction, it would need to provide the minimum, at least the minimum required accessible parking spaces.
Could we ask for more than the minimum? Was that allowable if we were to do that? I mean, is that legal? And we can come back to that later.
Yeah, we could.
I know it sounds silly, but there are so many people today that use the placard. It's not just those that are maybe in a wheelchair. There are seniors that use them, that get them from their physicians, and they have a legitimate reason under the code, and it just seems to be a big issue.
Just briefly, Councilmember, we're not aware of any prohibitions on providing more than the minimum of accessible parking spaces.
Okay, great. Okay, thank you. And then there is a letter we received. I want to talk about school buses. Now, the schools in the area are actually on the other side of Herndon, and they're not even accessed through Herndon. It's through the neighborhood on the other side. But there are school bus stops. Now, we did receive a letter from Superintendent Davis from Central Unified. It seems to be in support. There was a town hall for their concerned community members, and that included their transportation and facility team and Superintendent Davis's executive team. There's a couple of things they've requested, and I just want to make sure with city staff that we're good to go. One is they didn't want a full road closure of Riverside Avenue, and none of these proposals call for that. Riverside will be completely open. They wanted advance notice of a traffic control plan with at least 2 weeks of advance notice, and I want to make sure the city staff is okay providing that. And then the other one thing they wanted, which really isn't up to us, is communication regarding high-speed rail with the city of Fresno. I don't see how Costco is going to really have anything to do with that, but would the city be willing to, and I'm sure we would be, to work and provide information as it does come up with Central Unified? Okay, so Director Mosier has indicated a yes on those 2 points. Okay, thank you, Director. Okay. Getting close to being done. I want to thank Fresno EDC also for their economic impact analysis. That really did help a lot. I did ask before about some of the economic impacts this could have, positive or negative, because we hear a lot from folks, oh, you build something, it's going to decrease my property values. And in the data that Costco provided, looking at, after a few years, the impact the Clovis location had, which is a newer growth area as well, it's positive. It shows that there is a correlation based on this limited data that property values, if they're not going up, they're definitely not going down. And they do claim they are going up too. And that's really important to clarify. And the reason I say that is because if I support this thing, I want to be able to show my residents we did it with logic and reason, and we took their concerns about their property taxes to heart, because that's an asset for them. It's an appreciating asset, and that's they want to build positive equity. That's a very big deal for them. So let's have the applicant come up, please, and I'm going to ask some follow-up questions on some of the things that came up. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Okay, let's start with that question about construction noise. So, city has standards for construction noise hours. Can you tell us a little bit about heavy equipment and if it'll be used as late as 10 p.m.?
Typically, we don't use heavy equipment in the evening hours.
Okay.
Our typical construction usually is between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m.
Okay.
And then once we finish the site work and we start working on the inside of the building, same thing. We very rarely work late night unless there's a delay in the project and we have a reason to be there at night.
And inside the building's different. I mean,
Correct.
the walls will insulate the noise. Okay.
Absolutely.
I just don't want to get calls from people saying, hey, Mike, it's 9:30 and they're working with this big, okay.
Understood.
Right.
And
Okay.
if there is a call, we would address it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Good
we'd
to
be
know.
happy to handle that
That's
for
very
them.
helpful.
Yeah.
The next was the wall versus the road. Did that make sense, what I brought up about the mitigation measure for noise, whether you pay for that asphalt versus building a wall? I know there wasn't a lot of time. I appreciate you guys choosing one, but I want to give people the chance in the neighborhood that live on that street of the development to make that choice. If they don't all support it, I don't think you can do it. There's limitations. But if I don't make it a condition, will you explore that option?
So I'm going to turn that question over to Anna, who's our land use attorney.
Right. Thank you.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to step backwards on that one just briefly. That impact is based upon single event noise level from trucks on Riverside. And so now that we are not going to have trucks on Riverside, it actually appears that that impact will not occur. So it could be that the implementation of the mitigation measure is not necessary at all because trucks are precluded from being on Riverside.
Well, it's in the EIR document. So so who makes that decision then?
That could be in the implementation of the mitigation monitoring plan, that the staff looks at it and says, yes, because we are putting up a sign, we've proposed a sign on Herndon within the right-of-way to make it clear to trucks, don't turn here, keep going, access site only on Arthur. And of course, we will communicate to Costco trucks and all of our vendors. So we are comfortable not having trucks at all on Riverside. If there were a necessity, however, for a mitigation measure, if you consider what it would take to increase the height of the walls on private properties, we would need to go out and talk to all of those people. We would have to deal with access agreements, figuring out whether the wall could be heightened, liability insurance, et cetera. And so it's not too surprising that Costco would choose instead the one simple solution to use the rubberized asphalt. You know, if you would prefer, I'm sure we would be willing to go out and talk with people, but that is not Costco's preferred option.
Got it. I want to give, I don't want to be so restrictive here on this one. I can anticipate what people will say, and I anticipate someone's going to say, oh, my view has been destroyed. If we give the option to increase the height of the wall, as if that's still a necessary option, I still think we can say in our best efforts, we've given you that option, but maybe some of your neighbors didn't approve it, and they decided not to do that.
So if you leave it the way that it is, that preserves the option in place. And mind you, the reason for the mitigation measure is to address noise and not aesthetics. There was not an aesthetic impact.
I understand, but it could also meet to, kill two birds with one stone at the same time. And I get what you're saying about the trucks. I'm a worst case scenario thinker only because this is about the people's lives, and I've just got to anticipate people come here with the best intentions and then practice changes. Because once we vote on it, it's out of your hands. You're going to work on other projects. It's out of our hands. It's up to construction, and things happen.
Right.
So while we have an opportunity in good faith to come to a conclusion, I want to make this decision now. So that's very helpful. Thank you for that information.
But I'd like to also add, we actually have our general manager here who is going to be operating this location, as well as our regional VP. They will be basically stewards of the new location, and they're here to also hear what you're saying, that you're making a commitment to not have our semi-trucks drive down Riverside. I want to clarify one thing, though. We do have our MDO delivery trucks, which are similar to a Lowe's delivery truck, Sears, Best Buy. So those trucks, whether they're our MDO trucks or a delivery service from another retailer, I just want to be clear, they will still be using Riverside, and we cannot obviously control.
So that's the opposite. This is what I'm talking about. That is the opposite of what I was told last time. Last time I was told any Costco truck or MDO truck will be going through Arthur. Yes. Now you're flipping it and saying the opposite.
No, what I was clarifying just now is the difference between a semi-truck and our MDO trucks, and the MDO trucks are similar.
I understand they're small, like a U-Haul. Yeah.
Truck. So I just wanted to clarify that we can't control when a Lowe's delivery truck is making a delivery to their customers that they're not going to be using Riverside. I just want to.
Are you talking about someone that's not even a Costco? Well, no, I understand that. If you can't control that. You don't control Lowe's.
Exactly.
I'm just saying so let me ask you this way. That's a good point. A Costco truck or someone who's delivering for Costco or delivering goods to that Costco.
Correct.
They will not be using Riverside Drive as much as
That's
possible.
correct. That's the receiving
Got it.
trucks.
I understand.
And then also, just to point out, our MDO trucks do deliver to our
Yes.
members similar to a Lowe's delivery or a Best Buy. So I just wanted to clarify that you will most likely see
I gotcha.
a Lowe's MDO truck, like a box style truck, a U-Haul style truck, in the neighborhoods delivering bulky products to our members.
I don't think we'll get mad at you for that. If they're delivering to your customers living in the neighborhood, obviously they're your customers. I understand. That's a good point.
I appreciate.
Okay.
I just wanted it to be on the record.
Yeah, I got you. That's understandable. Thank you for clarifying that. Okay. Netting. What is your thoughts on the netting issue? We received a letter where you were pushing back on that again, and I understand your point of view because of the classification of this being municipal versus a private facility. But
so it was the classification, but also we have been working with a netting consultant. It was a netting consultant that the golf course operator had recommended we consult with. It's the same netting consultant that designed the net on Riverside.
Okay.
So we are still working out how to best protect the public and particularly our members who are queuing at the fuel station, which is in the direct line of fire of that tee box on the public golf course. So our request is that we could potentially work with staff further in collaboration to figure out what is the best netting option, height, location, length, with the netting consultant involved, because they're the expert. That's not our expertise. But we would love to have the opportunity to work with staff to figure out what is the best and safest option to make sure that it is an effective method for blocking errant balls.
yeah, I think for me, you are using the same consultant, which is great. I think for me, this is something I'd really like to resolve today. If you would like to go back and work with staff, we can postpone this item. I understand you may not want to do that, but I think that this is considerably going to be less expensive than the $2+ million that was claimed because we're talking about much shorter netting, wooden poles. I really do think we should move forward. To me, this is kind of a hard position.
Yeah. No. So I agree. We're okay with the condition that we would build something similar to what's on Riverside, and we would like the opportunity at a later date, should we have to make a change, to have that opportunity to make the change. It wouldn't be shorter. It might be longer, is what I'm getting at. It may be more expensive, and of course, we're talking about it would be a Costco construction item.
I understand. Okay, thank you. Two more things, accessible stalls. What are your thoughts if we do ask, because, you know, in the report it mentioned, we talked about ride share, not ride share, but people using mass transit to get to Costco, but you're buying bulky items. It's difficult to carry those on a bike or a bus. But you have seniors, and they have a difficult time walking, and they may get an accessible placard, or people that are disabled. What were your thoughts are if we do request more of those accessible stalls?
So I actually have our latest site plan, which was in the presentation we provided earlier. I don't know if we could pull that slide up, but we currently, based on the current site plan, the one you had pulled up earlier was an older one. We have 904 stalls currently.
Okay.
And in that plan, we currently have 3% dedicated to ADA stalls.
Roughly the same, because it was at 2.9 before, now it's, so there's more.
So it's more than what's required by code.
Okay, I understand. I'm going to come back to this one. I think definitely when you meet with staff, we have to, of course, have the standard number, but I think 3% is pretty low. Did you have a comment, sir?
If I would just step in real quick. In regards to the...
Sir, can you give your name for the record, please?
Mike Knopf with MG2 Architect for Costco. In regards to the parking stall count for ADA stalls, the 2% is the requirement for the California Building Code for any use between 500 and 1,000 parking stalls.
Yeah.
And so that's the guideline that we are following.
What was that percentage you said?
2% of the total stalls.
Shame on California. We had higher standards.
There is also the only considerations that we would really want to take in terms of additional parking stalls is limitations in terms of accessible walkways and pathways through the site with the way that the current California code is in relation to creating divide between accessible pathways and vehicular pathways and making sure that those accessible stalls stay within the appropriate proximity to the entrance of the warehouse. It would just require additional pathways added into the front of the building and would ultimately change the site plan that we have as it's currently laid out.
Okay, well, I'll evaluate that and moving forward. That does help. Thank you very much. The last thing, can you give me some comments on your experience working with the school district regarding school buses? Because here's what I'm thinking. We build this thing out, everything's going really well, and all of a sudden there is an issue with bus stops, and then it's going to end up being a city problem. But of course, we'd probably talk to Costco as well because you're a neighbor in the area. How have those conversations gone?
Lynette Diaz, they have gone really well, and they were extensive. We met with both the transportation folks at the district and went through each one of the bus stops in the area. They also got out the redistricting plan, that does not want to come out, and looked through it that way. Their bus stops are pretty informal. You know, they don't have pullouts. They stop on both sides of Spruce currently because they don't want the students to have to cross. They will continue to do that. They were actually pleased with the opening of Spruce because that will help their bus routing.
Okay.
And they just, and I mean, I kept saying, are you sure, you know, there's no concerns? And we went through each one of the bus stops. They were really thoughtful about it. They weren't just being like, you know, they got different documents out, looked at this, looked at that. So I feel confident, and it does sound like their program is nimble and it changes based on what students and where they are, and it evolves. But none of them stop on Riverside now. They all stop on Spruce or other streets, and she did not anticipate that they would be stopping on Riverside.
Great. Well, and with their letter and with those comments, it does make me a lot more confident that you already have a working relationship with the district, and I am grateful to hear that. And
I think we've met with them 4 times now.
Good. And that's very good. And then my apprehension with Spruce is a little bit more relieved because it will help get the students to their homes faster because that is opened up.
Right.
Thank you. And then the data you gave us was very good. You know, one of the questions we asked last time about jobs, and there were some comments made in the media after that, oh, they're not creating new jobs. You actually are creating new jobs. You're creating more jobs in the current location. You are creating, I don't know if my count is correct, 37 more full-time jobs? I think you mentioned earlier in the presentation.
Yes, that's correct. The second number I quoted was incorrect.
Okay, so 37.
So it is at 37. It's approximately.
No, that's great.
Yeah.
That's a big deal. That's really important.
And the construction jobs, and then also just
Yes.
the spin-off of the extra money, then that creates jobs, the indirect and juiced.
Looking at the benefits Costco provides, within 90 days of the start date, both full and part-time employees get a whole bunch of benefits, including health care,
Yes.
401k. That's a very big deal. Not a lot of employers do that.
Yep. Vacation, sick,
Yes.
floating holiday.
Yep. And then we saw, let's see, you mentioned the backpack program, which is awesome. It includes schools in all the school districts, which is great. I do appreciate that. Feed America donations, another very big deal because a lot of our local food shelters benefit from that. Oh, there was something that caught my eye. You mentioned new tenant for the existing Shaw location. Costco's working with the landlord to secure an appropriate tenant. But why do you have to do that if the lease is expiring anyways? Why is that on you?
Well, we do plan to maintain and keep operating the fuel station. So it is in our best interest to find an appropriate tenant to backfill that space.
But it really ultimately is up to the landlord.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay. I think that pretty much gets close to the end of my questions. Might go back to staff on the, oh, I have one more for you. This is very important. This is a very, very important question. This is going to make or break whether I do this.
Okay.
So the Fresno West Shaw Costco was the first to open in California, correct?
That's correct.
When this Costco opens, is it going to be the first in California to bring back churros? I can't put this in the findings, but I want you to make your best efforts to convince corporate to bring those cookies. Do nothing for me. I'm not going to waste calories on cookies, but churros are different.
I will make a formal request on behalf of the council to bring back churros to City of Fresno.
You want to win people over. That's the way you do it. Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate your information. It was very helpful.
Great.
Director Clark, can we go back and talk about netting real quick? I'm inclined to follow staff's recommendation. I think that you've already worked with the applicant regarding the netting issue and just move forward with the recommendation you've made. Do you have any feedback at all? What the applicant just mentioned regarding netting and with the flexibility they want? I feel like they've already been afforded that.
Yeah, so the way the condition of approval is written is that it is at the director's discretion to approve what is submitted related to netting. So what we have done is to provide them with an example of what we are looking for. So we are not looking for the full, it's a driving range at a Topgolf, right, that has
correct
a really high golf net. What we are looking for is a continuation of the existing net, and we would be happy to work with them as they submit their final site plan for approval before building permits. But the way it's written, there is some flexibility there. What we've said is it needs to be consistent and compatible with the existing net.
I think that's flexible enough, and I'm much more comfortable with you being able to make that decision. So, okay, thank you. One last question, and this is for Director Mosier. This is regarding Herndon Avenue. Now, this is a very big issue that did not come up last time. One thing we've been talking about is, so part of this item, this package, is to downgrade this portion of Herndon between Hayes and Riverside from a expressway to a super arterial, like they did for El Paseo, creating that left turn pocket in the median so you can access El Paseo, the Panera, Target, all that. We would be doing so and allowing Costco, when they build Arthur, to create a left turn pocket for the trucks, for example, to be able to move onto Arthur to get to the site, or any traffic at all, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Now, when you're talking about westbound Herndon, that number 2 lane out of 3 lanes, that middle lane is very, very deteriorated. I mean, if we pull up Google Maps, I don't know if we have any pictures to show, you can see pretty significant erosion in the road. And I feel pretty uncomfortable approving this item without funding identified or a guarantee that this road, when that Costco opens, is going to meet the standards of the first and second and third lane. Can you tell me a little bit about why the number 2 lane is in the condition it's in?
Yes. What I want to focus on, Council, is that the other lanes on Herndon Avenue are much newer. Originally, Herndon Avenue was a 2-lane road, single lane in each direction, and as Herndon was improved to a 6-lane roadway, essentially the older section of Herndon was widened. So you see newer pavement, for example, on the south side, the eastern 3 lanes, that was constructed at the time when Central Unified went in. City went in with a widening project as well. But that number 2 lane, the middle lane westbound, is a remnant of what was there before. So that one is in much poorer condition than the new, relatively new pavement that you see around it.
Okay. And then have there been discussions with the applicant about bringing that road, number 2 lane, up to par as a part of this project? Maybe Director Clark or?
Yes.
Okay. And how is that going to work in terms of funding? Is that something the applicant is willing to take on, or is that something that we're going to have to find funding in the middle of a deficit year?
Yes, Council, so with that concern, then staff believes that there would be a nexus between the applicant taking that on as a requirement given the additional amount of traffic.
Correct, because
added to the area.
Correct. And that's my thought. Because of the development, it would increase use and the roads. So the applicant then has indicated they're willing to take that on? That's a condition? Have we asked them that? Or do you want
Staff is awaiting that full confirmation from the applicant, but
up?
it was discussed.
Okay.
Yes, so we are aware of the request, and Costco is willing to take on the repairs of that middle lane on Herndon.
Well, that's really appreciated. Thank you very much
absolutely.
for doing that. Great. Good news. Thank you very much. Okay, at this time, I'd like to hear from my colleagues and get some of their concerns. I think I'm prepared for a motion, but I'd really like to hear from my colleagues as well on this item.
All right, up next, we have Councilmember Esparza.
Thanks, Council President. Appreciate my colleague asking a very long string of inquisitive questions, very important project for his district, but also I think there's a citywide impact, citywide magnitude. Funny story, I went over to Costco on Sunday, the one in Northeast Fresno. I didn't go inside, I just had to air up that nitrogen in my tires. And as I park, I see Mike Carbasi. And we say hello, like two friends who see each other outside of school. And then I take off. And I'm driving away, I start wondering, why the hell did Mike come to Northeast Fresno for Costco? He has a home one there near his home. And I asked him later on, like, why did I see you all the way out there? And I guess the traffic really is that bad, according to him at least. And so I don't go out there too often to that neck of the woods, that corner of the city. But I believe it when I see my Northwest colleague who has a Costco near his home shopping in Northeast Fresno, clear across the city on the other side. But so again, I appreciate your line of questioning. I did have one question for the representatives from Costco. With respect to the jobs that were mentioned, the additional jobs, there are several organizations who can assist with hiring and hiring in particular underserved populations. One of those is the Fresno Economic Development Corporation, the EDC. They're probably watching this meeting right now, if I had to guess. So I sit on that board as my capacity as a city council member here. I'm the representative. And so again, they have a program that aligns individuals on public aid with hiring opportunities and helps some of the most vulnerable folks and neighbors find high quality jobs. And I wanted to know if you folks would commit to working with EDC and participating in this program in order to most optimally fill those jobs and have the greatest impact possible here in Fresno.
So we've actually already been in discussions with the EDC. In fact, a representative of the EDC is here today. And we are looking always for opportunities for hiring good, qualified employees. A lot of them turn into lifelong employees. So we're always looking for ways to partner up with organizations so we can find and backfill a lot of the positions that are vacant. But I'll let this representative speak.
Sure.
Hi, everybody. My name is Lauren Nickel. I am the Director of Business Services at the Fresno County Economic Development Corporation. Very excited for this potential opportunity to work with Costco. As has been mentioned, our new employment opportunities program is what's being referred to this afternoon. This is a partnership with the Fresno County Department of Social Services. This program works to bring folks who are on some level of cash aid, CalWorks, with at least one child in the home, with a job opportunity that aligns with an occupation that they have skills for. There's a platform that our NEO employers can use called Ready to Hire. DSS, their job specialists, and then our staff here at the EDC work to make a good match. That way we can fill these open positions with folks who have an interest to work in these specific occupations, and then in turn, these NEO employers can receive a subsidy for that employment. For the first 3 months, for qualified businesses, it's up to 100%. And in the following months decreases by 25% up to 1 whole year, as long as there is some aspect of on-the-job training that's happening there. So we're excited to be in conversations with Costco about that. Happy to answer any questions that you might have about NEO, not Keanu Reeves, the new Employment Opportunities Program.
No. That's a good explanation. I appreciate you being here. And
sure thing.
Symbolizing the partnership, and I wanted to make sure that was on the record for the public as well as we debate whether to move forward with this particular item. In my past life, I worked at social services. I administered cash aid to the poorest families in the county. So I think again, if we're to fill those positions with these folks, these families, I mean, there's really the maximum economic impact here in Fresno. To your point. So, thank you.
Awesome.
Councilmember Arias.
Do you all want to get up and stretch? It's going to be a bit. Yeah. So just a couple of notes. It's been put on the record that one of the many benefits of this proposed project is your community benefits impact locally. And I reviewed the documents, and I noted that Costco as a company supports the animal shelter in Madera. Is there any reason why you guys are supporting the shelter in Madera versus the city shelter in Fresno or the county shelter in Fresno?
We, in gathering that information, we worked with Costco staff. Some of that is employee driven of where they have relationships with. So it's not like Costco just goes in and picks, we're going to support this dog shelter. So they're given time to volunteer, and then they volunteer at certain shelters, or maybe one of their employees is really involved in it, so they're supporting their employee in that way.
Speaking of which, I also noticed that you listed Valley Children's as a benefactor of Costco charity. Am I to understand correctly, it's not Costco the corporation providing charitable funds to Valley Children's, it's Costco employees through payroll deductions that they're asked to by their supervisors or managers to enroll in?
It's a combination. So it's a really big effort that...
Do we know what the split is? Is the majority of that coming from payroll deductions from employees?
I'm not even going to speak to the payroll deduction part of it, but the part for the money that we quoted that was raised, that was actually raised by, it was donated by customers. So the employees and Costco supports the employees doing this drive, and so they spend extra time with when the people are checking out and stuff and collect money. In addition to that, so the amount that was raised was in association with that.
So as you know, I think I put on the record, I'm a member.
Yeah.
When I spent $300 this weekend on groceries at Costco, I'm asked whether I want to contribute to a charity.
Yes.
The charity that Costco has selected is Valley Children's. I'm sure you've seen the recent scandals of executive pay using donor funds. Who chooses the benefactors of your customers' charitable contributions or your employees' payroll deduction contributions? Is that the manager at Costco at the site? Is that corporate Costco?
It varies from location to location based on community need. This is something, that program in particular involves, I think, 7 or 8 different Costco stores in the Central Valley. So it's something that they've done for a number of years. There's not an official, like, a time where they pick and check everything.
Understood.
So it's a pretty
so
nimble program.
Who has the responsibility of evaluating or reevaluating who's on the list of benefactors of Costco customer and employee charitable contributions?
So we actually have a department within the corporation that does the vetting and does the research and makes those decisions. And the only way I could give you more information is if they were here. And
that's fine.
Here.
Can you provide the contact information for those individuals? We'd like to have a conversation with them.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
I can provide that to our
the
planner.
City staff is fine. My other questions on the traffic mitigations have been addressed, but I do need one thing from city staff, though, and from the Costco reps. But if anybody in your collective can give me a clear, concise, succinct answer to this, would be very helpful. What I've heard on the record so far is a lot of recommendations on mitigations. Costco saying we're open to that, we agree to that. Others, make references to this would be a requirement, this would be optional. What I don't have is a clear, concise, what exactly are going to be the changes that would be required if this item is approved today. So what has Costco agreed to? What is optional and what is required from city staff for this project? There's been a lot of dozen pieces of moving parts here.
So the figure in our, I knew you were going to ask this. We debated whether to have this slide in here or not. The off-site improvement slide that is in the presentation, it's the second page. It lists 10 different things. Those are all the off-site improvements, and then in addition, the ones from Spruce for the traffic calming that were discussed today and shown by Public Works. Costco is committed, and now the middle lane repaving. Costco is committed, and I'm sure staff will make all of those conditions of approval. But that list, those 10 items, are all the off-site stuff that Costco's committed to.
Thank you. And city staff, can you, for the record, list exactly all the items that she referenced Costco's committed to, and which ones would be in the form of conditions? I'm trying to make the local press's job easier by actually listing
let
exactly
me
what's
be
changed.
clear. So the conditions of approval that are in your packet are the same conditions of approval that were in your packet 6 weeks ago.
Yes.
Right? So there are options for the council to consider to add as conditions of approval today.
Correct.
So
And my question is,
that's why
what options has Costco agreed to that would be in the form of a final condition?
So when the council makes a motion, has their conditions of approval, it is my understanding that Costco has agreed to, and they would need to confirm, the traffic calming measures that are identified as, I believe it's exhibit OPN, thank you. N within your packet today. Those include 2 additional medians on Spruce, a 4-way stop at Hayes and Spruce, repairs to the, and those are the traffic calming measures, right? Additionally, based on the conversation we just heard, repairs to the center lane westbound on Herndon. And then I don't know that this is something that we discussed.
It isn't, it's just a new Public Works comment we got.
Okay. New signal timing equipment, crosswalks, and loops at Riverside and Herndon.
There's also the rubberized asphalt pavement.
They have to pick that, no. Those would be the additional conditions of approval that we anticipate, but we don't know, that council would apply to the project, but we know that Costco is aware of those, and it sounds like they are committed to those.
Yes, and Costco is committed to those improvements.
Thank you. And Director, one last question. What impact fees is this applicant paying towards the traffic? I know there's traffic impact fees, regional impact fees. Do we have an accounting of what fees? And my secondary question is, what fees, if any, or incentives are we granting the applicant as part of this application?
So they would be required to pay all applicable impact fees. I am not aware of any waivers or requests for waivers of impact fees, development impact fees. I do not have an accounting of what those impact fees are. I don't know if those have been requested yet by the applicant.
But it is fair, at least accurate, to say
Fire,
that
police,
we're
traffic,
not waiving any fees at this point.
At this point, there are no applications for waivers, no.
So in the future, if an intersection light is needed, I'm assuming the applicant, like any other development, would have paid their portion of the impact fee to contribute towards that improvement, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Those are all my questions. I'll defer to the councilman of the area.
Great. Thank you. I think at this time I'm ready to make a motion. I just want to start off very first by really, again, reiterating thank you to staff, all the teams, Public Works, Planning, the administration. You clearly brought us a lot more information than we had last time. All our questions we asked were answered. The applicant provided a heck of a lot more information. Thank you for that. So we can clearly make a decision that will hopefully be successful for everyone. You've seen on this council a shift, I think, in recent years where we try to make decisions that really bring high-quality jobs, high-value jobs for Fresno's working families. And I'm really confident that this project will do just that, not just for Northwest Fresno, but for the region. We have to go to public comment now. and then we'll come back and potentially entertain any motions. So let's open it up to public comment. Anyone here in the audience wishing to speak on the project? Yep. Please come forward and
in favor or in opposition first?
all together. We know who you are, but please state your name anyways for the record.
Awesome. Thanks, Mike. Good afternoon, council members. My name is Daniel Brannick, and I'm here again before you to express my opposition to the project as proposed. I support Costco, and I support the development of a new Costco, just not at a site that's as problematic as this one. I appreciate your consideration of the comments that I've submitted throughout the process. And I honestly didn't expect to be at another meeting for this project, and here we are kind of for the reasons that you all talked about. It was really jarring how some relatively straightforward questions last time were responded to equivocally or evasively, or just the responses were not responsive. There's definitely some good information here, but it doesn't fully address the analytical deficiencies or the real physical incompatibilities that will result with this project. I'm not going to go too far into what's already in my comment letter. I'm just going to briefly identify the zoning and CEQA points that I've made. It's first of all that the GPA and the rezone inconsistency issue exists due to the inclusion of the MDO last mile facility. The second one being that there's a GHG impact that will result from this project, but has not been properly disclosed as being a significant and unavoidable GHG impact in addition to being a significant and unavoidable transportation impact. The third one is just the EIR's failure to consider alternative sites as part of its analysis to avoid or reduce significant and unavoidable impacts identified in the EIR, specifically transportation safety impacts. Talked a lot about, going to some of the new information presented here. We talked a lot about Spruce. That's great. The big thing I'm concerned about is Herndon and the grade separation crossing. The item that came before you was a grade separation project, and you all expressed your concerns about that. It's exactly what I have up at this project site, and if I can't get the outcome that I really aspire to, which I think is moving this to a better location, one of the options is deferring the operation of this project until the grade separation works starts at Herndon, so you don't have cars teed up and potentially dangerous conditions. And that's exactly what happened with Park West. So there's local precedent. There's been discussion in the comments about that. Let's see, I'm trying to think of anything else. Just a little bit on the new information. I do appreciate that there's some economic analysis that went around this, and I certainly expect you all to reference that today in the motion I'm anticipating, but I don't think it really gets into it. Actually, it doesn't get into the costs, foregone costs of saying, hey, what happens when we do this at this site? These benefits would be realized essentially anywhere we do this in the region, in the area. At this specific site, I think we're really sacrificing economic, civic, environmental opportunities, specifically ones that are tied in with what we could be doing up at the San Joaquin River, but there's a lot of others too. I hate to be morbid. Personal injury, other things with the traffic collisions. I'm going to point to this. That's not what I do. I do CEQA stuff. So
thank you, Daniel.
Oh, is that time?
That is the time.
Well, I thank you today, and I'll until next time.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who would like to provide public comment on the 9:25 a.m. item? Please come forward at this time. See none. City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to provide public comment?
Yes, we have Lynn Owens.
Good afternoon, Lynn. You have 3 minutes.
Lynn, go ahead and unmute yourself, please. Okay, Council President, we're going to move forward to Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon, Lisa. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. I have a couple of concerns. I think your traffic is still way off on everything. I don't want to see one single dime of my taxpayer dollars pay for a light at any intersection with Costco if they're not ponying up at least 3/4 of it, because if you don't think the traffic's going to come, then you're an idiot. The thing that I thought was very interesting is the visual of the wall that Mr. Carbasi presented. You're building a wall higher, lower, whatever. What you're actually doing is you're creating a canyon. You're creating a sound and noise canyon, and also a canyon in which you're going to be collecting PM 2.5 and PM 10s into neighborhoods. You're talking about greening, but what the city always does with these big box stores is we're going to let you get away with bare minimums. And what the city needs to start thinking about is the creation of green berm areas. And I'm talking about getting away from the minimums and creating green space around the edge of this Costco that are going to be, 10 to 15 feet of nothing but green space and trees, and almost like a quasi trail walking way. Also, 3% for ADA parking. That's nothing, Costco. You're not looking at the demographics of the city. It's an aging population. If I can't find a parking spot in front of your Costco, I'm not walking in. But I'm also not walking in because I just don't do big box stores. And also, too, you need to come clean with how you present your community giving. It is very interesting that most of your community giving, from what you answer to Mr. Arias, is basically you're collecting money from the public, and then you're taking credit for collecting the money, and you're not giving the credit back to the community. And you really need to be more transparent of that. You collect billions out of this city. You should be giving millions back out of your profits, not out of people's pockets. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, we're going to try Lynn Owens. Lynn, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay. Miss 5250, crazy for justice. And I wholeheartedly agree with Lisa and with Daniel prior to that. It's not, Costco, it's the location. This is, providing a resource in North Fresno, not South Fresno, not Central Fresno. The previous Costco was at least more centrally located. There's already one in Clovis. There's already one on the north side of town, or the east side of town. What about south and west? I also think it's a little bit slimy, the whole donation with the Valley Children's, and yeah, that is a transparency issue. The grade, I guess, the grading, that, yeah, I don't think that Costco is being, they don't care about the people, the residents of Fresno. They just, they just want their north side, nice, shiny location. But they don't care about the people that are here on the south side that have to drive across town in order to benefit. And probably the reason that Carbasi was not using Clovis is because they have a higher tax rate over there. When I worked at Nyack Avitech, any high dollar items, we never bought them in Clovis because, something for $2,000, that extra 1% or whatever taxes is a lot. So that could be one reason. I don't know if it's traffic or not. But that's about all I got for that.
Thank you. Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
All right, then I will close the public comment portion for this item. Bring it back up to the dais. Public hearing is closed. Council Vice President Carbasi, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can the applicant come up one more time, please? This will be very brief. Can you give me the number of accessible stalls? I know that the information I had was the older map. It's not 873, it's 900 something.
Yes, let me go back to my notes.
Thank you.
Where did I put that? Well, I'll let Mike answer.
Yeah.
It's 904 stalls in the current configuration that we are updating currently, and it would be at 2% minimum in terms of the accessible stalls.
Well, can you give me a number? Because right now, let me go back to my notes. It was at 2.9%. So the old one had 25 stalls. Are you doing more than 25 stalls? Or you're keeping it at 25?
Keeping it at 25.
So the percentage has gone down then?
In comparison, yes.
Okay. That's not a good trend. This is my personal. I understand the state has their standard, but I am concerned about that issue. But that's fair enough. That's all I need to. That's good enough for me right now.
Okay.
You don't have to do this, by the way, but do you want to make any response to any of the comments you've heard? You are under no obligation to do that whatsoever. Is there anything that you heard you want to just clarify?
Well, I wanted to address one of Arias's questions.
No, this is only for the comments made by the public.
Well, one of the comments was that the Children's Valley...
My strong advice is don't even broach that subject.
I was just going to tell you how much Costco actually has contributed to those funds.
You may not like where the conversation goes.
I would
will
stop
take
there.
that under advisement. Thank you. Do you have any other questions?
No, that's it. Just one thing to note. I'm going to make a motion here, but the issue of the wall versus the road improvements, I'm going to rename that wall Canyon Carbasi in response to what one of the speakers mentioned, but I'm not going to ask for anything specific. I'm going to leave it up to you to make the decision. I strongly encourage you to at least try to work with the neighborhood to see if they want the option to have a higher wall or not, and it's up to them, really. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to make a motion. I think we've come a long way since our last meeting. We've had an opportunity to, in an exhaustive way, evaluate all kinds of information and data to make an informed decision in the interest of working families and more jobs, at the same time preserving the neighborhood for all the residents that live there. So I'm going to move to approve staff's recommendation with the following additional conditions which are necessary to make the findings required to approve the CUP, plan amendment, and rezone. Number 1, require the project proponent to provide the 3 traffic calming measures as recommended and provided by the Public Works Department, that's Exhibit N, as a condition of approval, and which include A, install an all-way stop control at the intersection of West Spruce and North Hayes Avenues, a 2-way to a 4-way stop, along with high visibility crosswalks in all directions, bless you. B, install a refuge island non-pedestrian crossing at the east end of the golf course for the West Spruce Avenue connection to provide traffic calming measures approaching and exiting Costco from the east on West Spruce, and install a refuge island non-pedestrian crossing near the intersection of West Spruce and North Sandrini Avenue. Number 2, condition the site and operations to restrict and prohibit all Costco-related truck traffic, including other vendors, from utilizing North Riverside Drive as a condition of approval. Number 3, require the project proponent to make the necessary improvements, resurface and restriping of the westbound lane of Herndon Avenue as deemed appropriate by the City of Fresno Public Works Department. And number 4, add 20 additional accessible stalls in coordination with the Planning Department.
Second that.
All right, I have a motion by Council Vice President Carbasi and a second by Council Member Esparza. Are there any further questions?
I would just ask Member Carbasi if we can get confirmation from Costco reps that they understood those conditions and are agreeable to those conditions. I wouldn't want to have 5 more meetings over this.
I appreciate that. Yes, so we understand these new conditions and we are agreeable to implementing them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member.
All right, any objections? Seeing none, item passes 7-0.
Congratulations,
Congratulations.
Thank you all for being extremely professional, responsive, and thoughtful, and being a good employer to your employees. Now make better decisions on your charitable contributions.
All right, up next, we're going to move to our workshop. This is with the Housing Authority. So at this time, Mr. Williams, can you please join us at the podium?
Don't forget the churros.
Well, good afternoon.
Welcome.
I'm Tyrone Roderick Williams, CEO of Fresno Housing, and I'm here to provide an update I think it's important that we come before the council just to provide you with the kinds of accomplishments and to let you know what your support has actually delivered on the ground throughout the work of our agency. And so I'll quickly go through an update. I want to say thank you to the council president for giving us an opportunity to be before you all today. All right, here.
And Mr. Williams, I think you said 10 minutes would be okay?
10 minutes.
Up to 10 minutes? Okay.
Yes.
We're going to try to
So-
keep it concise.
Yes, we will.
Thank you,
and I
sir.
concur. So what I'd like to cover today is just to give you an update on the development, to go over the Housing Choice Voucher Program updates, and a report on the Voucher Incentive Program, which you've had a heavy hand in helping us launch, providing support for our home ownership, an update on our CAN, and then to talk about the Beyond Housing Foundation, an update on development. From 2023 to where we are today, we have completed the Monarch in Chinatown, 57 units, the Arthur at Blackstone, 41 units, Promesa Commons, 63 units. We also serve through developments throughout the county, and so in Orange Grove, we got Citrus Commons, 30 units. In Huron, next month, we'll be celebrating the completion of the Curzon Del Valle Commons, 61, and then Esperanza Commons in Mendota, 60 units. Altogether, we've done 45 properties in the years that we've been developing. But also under construction, Manzella Commons is 63 units. The Mosaic in the Muir District, 27 units. Our first in a couple of decades, our home ownership Heritage Estates in Fresno scheduled to break ground this summer. La Jolla Commons in Firebaugh at 68 units, and thank you for your support for Avalon Commons, an additional 60 units. Altogether, we've had $121 million in additional funding that we've been able to attract toward affordable housing. On our Housing Choice Vouchers, which is better known as the Section 8 program, we've really made some adjustments in expanding our use and the effectiveness of the voucher. One, project-based vouchers. That's where we as the Housing Authority are issuing vouchers not only to be used for our agency, but across the city and the county for developers who are looking to do affordable housing, where we issue through a competitive process. The project-based vouchers are issued that help provide funding for the housing across the board. Also, our voucher incentive program, which I'll go into a little bit. Thank you all for the $1 million that you made available, and I'll tell you how that's bringing forth fruit. Home ownership assistance. In addition to our traditional ways of working with our buyers, we are now going to be using our Housing Choice Voucher, the voucher itself, as a tool by which voucher holders could get into home ownership. And we're allowing an adjustment in how we go about certifying our residents to be more effective and efficient. The voucher incentive program, to date, 265 households have been assisted and 628,000 have been invested. That means 177 families have moved into a unit. The goal of the program was to identify landlords. So we have 41 new units to the program, which include 58 new landlords to our program. Without your support, this program would not be as successful as it has been. The other aspect, as I shared, looking at home ownership, we are piloting the utilization of Housing Choice Vouchers to purchase homes. That'll allow a Housing Choice Voucher holder to use that and to go to a lender, get a mortgage, secure its own financing, and find a home on the open market. At the same time, we are breaking ground on Heritage Estates, which will provide 30 homes at 50% of the area median income to 80%, including 3 market rate units. We are moving forward with one of the final elements of our CAN development that was initially proposed to HUD. CAN is the California Avenue Neighborhood Development Project. We've gone through the approvals for installing the banners, which is the last phase of phase one. We are, at this point, supporting the work, and thank you to you all's efforts in the infrastructure improvements within the CAN neighborhood target area. And this year, we would like to, again, initiate the regular meetings regarding the goal of applying for the implementation of the choice. That would be a joint application with the city and the housing authority. We are committed not only to providing quality housing, but changing the lives of our residents. A key component of that is providing support and assistance to residents as they choose to either expand their educational opportunities, go into workforce development that leads to job training, and literacy and technical training. We are launching a new part of our agency, the Beyond Housing Foundation, which will attract funds and create partnerships that support the work that help people achieve their educational goals and be able to move into the workforce. So far, in 2023, we gave out $70,000 in scholarships. There's coming a day where any resident who is assisted by the housing authority who wants to achieve academically will be able to get support. So from their GED to their PhD, we will be standing with them to help them make that transition. Well, that concludes my presentation and update for today. I appreciate, as I always say and do, you all support as we go through our different projects. I am open to questions.
Thank you very much. Short, sweet, concise, that was perfect. Thank you very much. Councilmember Maxwell, you're up first.
Thank you for that presentation. I just had a quick question for you. Talking about the voucher program, also known as Section 8. You were talking about part of those proceeds going directly to developers. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yes, they're called, we have the ability to do two types of vouchers. One type of voucher goes to the prospective client who's looking to rent a location. The other is called project-based vouchers. That's where, through a competitive process, the housing authority allocates a specific number of vouchers that have a dollar amount associated with them. And on a competitive basis, we can issue those project-based vouchers to that developer who's developing affordable housing, and that means that that goes to support the unit cost for that affordable unit. And so that once that unit is constructed, it doesn't require someone to have a voucher to move into that unit. It means anyone who meets the income guidelines will then be able to move into that unit whether they have a voucher or not.
Do those two types of vouchers come from the same pool of funding?
They are from the same pools of funding.
Okay. How much do you typically give to somebody that's applying for a voucher for rent purposes versus a developer who's wanting to use some of that money to develop a unit of affordable housing?
Well, we've recently just initiated using the project-based vouchers for developers outside of us.
What's the average amount that you granted developers?
Well, it really depends on the application.
Average.
At this point, it's generally it can provide up to several $1 million over time to support the development for hard units, as we call them. Now, anyone who wants to, has a voucher, there is not, quote, a dollar amount allocated to that individual. What is allocated is that that voucher has value when they go to an apartment complex. So whatever the rent is that's established by that apartment complex, 30% of that is paid by the tenant, and the rest, no matter how much it is paid by the housing authority.
What affordability requirements do those developers have to meet in order to receive your grant?
The developers have to ensure that those units will stay affordable for 55 years.
And what is the definition there for affordable?
The affordable really depends on the application. Primarily, our tenant-based vouchers target people from 30 to 60% of the area median income. That means anyone who would be in that income range would have access to that unit for 55 years, depending on its availability.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Council Vice President.
I'm going to say to you what I said. I remember the first time I met you. It was a high-speed rail meeting. You had just, I don't think you even moved here yet. You could bring anything to us and we're going to say yes. You're the most positive person. This information was very helpful and I'm very encouraged, but you were just an amazing person, so thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And being a District 2 resident, by the way.
Yes, sir.
All right, well, I'm just very appreciative for you coming and taking your time to sit and wait, so thank you for your patience. It's always good to hear from you, hear about the latest and greatest, and I'm still looking for a site in District 1 so we can partner on a future project, so
we look
we'll be in
forward
touch.
to that.
Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you all.
All right, we're going to move on to the consent calendar. Previously pulled items will be heard immediately after consent. So at this time, we're going to take public comment on all consent, including contested consent items as well as closed session items only. We will take public comment on unscheduled communications when that item is heard later in the meeting. Would any member of the public like to speak on items on the consent calendar, a contested consent item, or a closed session item? If so, each speaker has 3 minutes. See no one in the chambers. City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to provide public comment on a consent item, a contested consent item, or a closed session item?
Yes, we have Lynn Owens. Lynn,
Good afternoon, Lynn. Please provide the agenda item you wish to speak on, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, I have a comment. I don't know what item it is because I'm walking right now, but it is the consent or the minutes, approval of the minutes, because the unscheduled communication, even Comcast was forced to provide a 4-hour window to its customers because this is highly, highly disrespectful to the public to make them wait all day long. And I think that that can be attested to by the number of comment cards that you've had at the several meetings where the people are gone because they can't wait around, all day long to have their voices heard. Anna Perez talks about accountability and transparency, but her actions speak volumes that she does not want that. Otherwise, she would have left unscheduled communication alone. Oh, wow, that sounded like there was an accident right now. I'm by the courthouse now. Anyway, yeah, and the minutes. The minutes are not, I pulled the last one from whatever the last one that's finalized. I couldn't get the ones from today, obviously. But so this is from, when you guys did all the Women of the Year, where, Diane Dyer is the mayor's wife. I don't think that, I don't think that's appropriate. She doesn't work for the city. She's his wife. I don't think that. I think someone else could have been honored besides Jerry Dyer's wife. He's hiding behind her skirt tails to not answer questions. And I'd also like to know what questions are not allowed to be asked of Diane Dyer in that interview that she did, and what questions were ABC 30 and KMJ News not allowed to ask Jerry Dyer. like none of them are worried about the assault that happened. And what about the arrest that you guys are afraid of the little signage, the political campaign signs?
Thank you. Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
All right, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar? I have a motion by Vice President Karbasi and a second by Councilmember Arias. Any objection? See none, item passes 7-0. We're going to move on to contested consent. Up first, I have item 2C. That's to approve the appointment of several individuals. Approve the appointment. Do I need to read all these, Raj?
If I could just make a motion to approve my questions.
This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
My questions by legal counsel have been addressed.
Okay, so I have a motion by Councilmember Arias to approve item 2C. I heard a second from Councilmember Bredefield. Any objection? Item passes 7-0. Up next is item 2I. These are actions pertaining to the California Department of Toxic Substances Control's Office of Brownfields. This was pulled by Councilmember Arias.
City staff, I understand that the project is complete in terms of demolition. Wrong 8th Street. What 8th Street are we talking about here?
Phil Sky, Assistant Director, Plan and Development. This is a piece of vacant land the City of Fresno owns between Stanislaus and Tuolumne.
Along the railroad track?
Correct.
Got it. Motion to approve.
Motion to approve item 2I by Councilmember Arias, a second by Council Vice President Karbasi. Any objection? See none, item passes 7-0. Item 2K is actions pertaining to the North Granville Avenue and East Beheimer Avenue Safety Improvements Project. This was pulled by Councilmember Bredefield.
Hey, just a quick question. When will construction actually start?
Good afternoon, Council. Gus Rangel, Capital Projects Department. So it's anticipated construction to begin June 25th.
June 25th, construction will actually start?
Correct.
And when will it be completed? Do you have some sense of that?
August.
August? Okay, fantastic. Motion approved.
I have a motion to approve item 2K by Councilmember Bredefield and a second by Vice President Karbasi. Any objections? Hearing none, item passes 7-0.
Randall, congratulate your staff on being baptized. They did a good job today.
Up next is item 2Q. This is actions pertaining to professional consulting services for the Vision Zero Action Plan. This was pulled by Councilmember Bredefield.
Yeah, just wanted kind of a just brief synopsis of the actual plan, you know, what you anticipate the results will be, anything related to that. Just a brief synopsis of it.
Good afternoon, Jill Gormley, Assistant Director, Public Works Department. So our Vision Zero Action Plan will be an outline and a path forward on how we get to reducing traffic serious injuries and fatalities to zero by a date certain. There'll be a lot of public outreach, a lot of agency coordination inside our building with school districts, with the county, with Clovis, our outlying agencies, to see how we can make that happen, what needs to be done on an infrastructure level, on educational level, enforcement levels, policy levels.
So you're saying it's about finding that information. You don't have that information. You don't have specific recommendations at this juncture. You're saying you're looking to coordinate that.
Correct.
How do you know that holding these kind of meetings will generate the kind of information that really will make a difference?
I think historically the way that we work, we plan things, we plan infrastructure, we have education, we have enforcement. This brings everything together, including outreach at the beginning of a project or just in general to hear what the community has to say, what different agencies have to say, where we have different opportunities to enhance some situations that are occurring in the traffic realm.
Okay. I'm just wondering, and I raise this maybe with the city manager, are there communities that have already done this, that have made differences in their community to make traffic safer? And wouldn't it be wiser to just find that out rather than to try to somehow reinvent the wheel here with community meetings?
So yes, this is a national movement, I guess, if you want to say, Vision Zero, and so it's happening at cities all across the nation, all different sizes, from small communities to big communities. Some communities have seen some really significant results from that. Hoboken, New Jersey is one of those, where they have actually taken their collision rates and serious injuries and fatalities, pretty much to zero since they've implemented these strategies.
If I might add, Council Member, there are differences in communities. Communities are designed differently. I do know that there is a certain segment in our community, especially the ATAC committee. What does that stand for? I forget.
Active Transportation Advisory Committee.
Thank you. They're very eager to be engaged in this process, and I know there are other, whether it be other bicyclist type community groups. So I think because every city is a little bit different with how their roads are designed, how their communities are designed, I think it would behoove us to go through the community outreach process.
Okay, motion to approve. Thank you.
Motion to approve item 2Q by Councilmember Bredefield and a second by Council Vice President Kurbasi. Any opposition?
I vote yes for the Green New Deal.
Seeing no opposition, item passes 7-0. At this time, we're going to move to unscheduled communication. Would any member of the public like to speak on any issue within the jurisdiction of the council? You'll have 3 minutes. Up first, I have Ron. Subject is the Chandler Field. Good afternoon, Ron.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
My name is Ron Pagliugi. I'm a long-term Fresno resident, a veteran, a pilot, and a long-term tenant of the Fresno Airport's Department at Chandler Field. I'm here to respond to the recent disparaging and I feel outrageous comments made by Councilman Arias before this council last month, bashing the aviation community of which I'm a part at Chandler Field, which is made up of at least 300 people like myself. After the meeting, on the video, I've watched Councilman Arias call our community words to the effect, we're a country club of privileged, typical HOA types. This airport, which began as Fresno's first municipal airport, via a land grant by Senator Chandler in 1930, resides in Councilman Arias' district. At a recent meeting, he made himself a comment that he knows nothing about airports or airplanes, but one thing he did know, that the privileged tenants of Chandler Field would be paying their fair share over and above the recent 20% increase in rents. There are many management issues at Chandler, and that is for another time. But I want to quickly highlight the role of Chandler in Fresno. Chandler does have a role beyond local. People fly into Chandler from all over the state doing business, attending lawsuits at the courthouse. It's used for military training. It's used for helicopters. It's used by the Sheriff's Department. It's used by the Civil Air Patrol. Also, in the United States right now, there's an enormous pilot shortage. I and many others like myself who served in the military as military pilots, airline pilots, medevac pilots that fly in the Fresno skies, many hundreds, maybe thousands were trained at Chandler Field. There's flight training there. It is anything but a privileged club, country club of HOA types. And I object to that. I think the asset of Chandler Field, which has a great history, can be improved. Its operations can be improved. It costs the city very little. There's been very little capital improvements made in the airport by the city for decades. The minor amount it's in the hole, over and above the revenues that the rents and the businesses that are on the field contribute, can be offset by the benefits to the city, to the state, and to the nation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have Leslie, who will be speaking on the Fresno Chandler Airport topic. Good afternoon, Leslie. You have 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Leslie Dillahunty, and I'm here to speak with you about Chandler Airport. I, too, am shocked and outraged, as were many other people out at Chandler, about the statements that were made last month by Miguel Arias, that we are country club, we hold country club meetings or HOA meetings. All of us found that extremely offensive. Mr. Arias, I believe you were invited to that meeting. We were there to discuss what we thought we could do to help Fresno Chandler, and you did nothing but bring oppositional politics. You told us you knew nothing about airplanes, as Mr. Paliugi has said, and you told us that you were going to raise our rents. You told us that if we didn't like it, then we could go to Reedley, or we could go to Visalia, or we could go someplace else. Unlike you, we are attending these meetings because we love Fresno Chandler and we are trying to find solutions. Recently, there have been 2 meetings that have been held at Fresno Chandler, and we appreciate that the airports department has reached out and had those meetings with us and given us a chance to participate. Individuals who attended those meetings are individuals who in the past have worked with the city of Fresno in constructing improvements both at the Fresno Air Terminal and at Fresno Chandler. They have experience working with the city in building construction for the airports. Those individuals made suggestions during the meetings, and those suggestions are either continuously falling on deaf ears or have been met with opposition based on legislation enacted in the last couple years or some other agenda that no one is willing to talk to us about out loud. There are resources at Fresno Chandler that are currently being squandered. One is Buckner Aviation Hangar. When Alan Buckner retired and his lease expired, what did you do? Did you leave his hangar empty? No, you leased it out to New Vision Aviation to house his 3 experimental airplanes. When New Vision subsequently moved into the City School of Aeronautics hangar, what did you do with the Buckner hangar? You left it empty. Right now, the New Vision is paying approximately $2,250 a month for their rent in the School of Aeronautics hangar. That is something that we feel that could be done with the Buckner hangar as well as the Frank Reese hangar that are out at Fresno Chandler and that have been empty for at least 1 or 2 years. We've been told that the Buckner hangar is dilapidated and is not habitable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? This is unscheduled communication. Please go ahead and make your way up at this time. Seeing none, City Clerk, is there anyone on Zoom who wishes to speak?
Yes, we have Brandy.
Good afternoon, Brandy. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. One of the things that I want to address is that I haven't been able to make it to unscheduled, but I want to make the council mindful of a growing number of people from the shelters that are being exited without having housing. I've been hearing this from many people, some people who have been there for a while, for over a year, and some people who have been there for 90 years, which is truly heartbreaking because they've been I know people who have been waiting for a very long time to get into the shelters. It's, goal of the majority, almost everyone I speak to get into housing, and the shelters as a means of doing so, and the promise of getting the help to get into permanent housing. But unfortunately, they are being exited prior to being able to obtain housing. But also, I've been hearing from everyone that there is, that they're not being given the case management and the help. One woman told me that she found out 2 weeks before she had to leave that she had a housing voucher and wasn't notified that she had a housing voucher. And so this is creating a challenge because the shelters, of course, create a disability to be able to get into find employment, find housing, but people need assistance, especially with limited transportation and limited resources, without the knowledge that caseworkers could to get into housing. And instead, we are seeing people who we've gotten into shelters, so many people, like nearly everyone on in stretches of encampments. And there's concerns about these things, but we are creating a revolving door of people who are being kicked out. And it's, since I mentioned it last time with the warming center, warming fire resolution, mentioning about that issue, it's increased where it's becoming a lot of people that are having only 3 months. It is impossible to get into housing. So I asked that for the council to look into that. I continue to ask for some source of keeping the providers that we're paying into accountable, both in those, but also in affordable housing. I'm very grateful that we're getting more affordable housing, but we have to ensure that those providing it are doing what the goals that are being asked of. So I want to bring that forth for you to that this is a great concern, that many of the people, including the ones that were mentioned on Parkway, are people that were there and weren't able to find housing time, weren't getting the help they need, and are now back.
Thank you, Brandy. Next, we have Des Martinez.
Hello. There's a significant issue in Fresno concerning misinformation provided to state leaders regarding the unhoused population and the services available to them. Recently, the state allocated additional funds to Fresno for the encampment resolution funds, which we had a press conference today for. And it is crucial to ensure that these funds are used to provide shelters rather than replacing street lamps. Unfortunately, around 30 people were displaced from Project Home Key motel area shelters yesterday without even being offered an alternative shelters. The governor mentioned that housing would be provided with these new funds, and we are eagerly monitoring the situation for accountability and transparency. Also, I'd like to bring forward that 2 days ago, we were in Sacramento for SB 1011, that this guy named Jones, an awful bill that he wrote about that prohibits sitting, lying, sleeping, storing personal property within 500 feet of any public, private, open space, majority transit, making larger swaths of cities off limits to unhoused neighbors. I don't know if you guys know, but we won. It got squashed on the floor. It is not a law. So I'm hoping that you guys take into accountability that the state doesn't even recognize the Fresno sensitive use ordinance, that I would definitely sit down and start talking about maybe taking that away, because I don't see really anything good coming out of this in the future. If we're going to be receiving funds for the encampment resolution funds, then why would we still be going around sweeping everybody and displacing them? So congratulations to all of the 77 organizations that showed up in Sacramento, to Brandon and for coming and speaking, to ACLU, to Camp Resolution, all the homeless unions in the state, and everybody else that showed up to speak truth to the power. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you. Next we have Ricky Rodriguez.
Hello, hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi, I just want to call in and tell you about the VIP program that Mr. Williams was talking about. It doesn't work. I'm currently on that program. They house me way out here where there's no, they don't accept none of the EOC programs. The water, we can't have like it's on a well, so we can't even get help with paying our water bills. They used my Department of Social Services, who helps us once a year. They use that service to pay my deposit. So now that I can't pay my rent, and they're not, Department of Service, DSS can't pay it either because they use my services with them to pay my deposit. So now it's just like, but I don't know, that voucher incentive program, they just put us out here and we're about to go homeless again because, I can't get help with my water. I can't get help with my PG&E. Over here, there's no bus stops over here. So it costs gas money. My support network is across town. It's crazy how that, but the landlord here got almost $7,000 for us to move in, and she still gave us like a 3-day notice. So it's crazy how the program works, but it's not working. That's all.
Thank you. Next, we have Lisa Flores.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again, I am offended, Ms. Perea, that you wait for public comments to the last part of the day. What, seriously, girl, what are you so afraid of? Are you so afraid of me and the truth that I speak? It amazes me. Second, thanks to the Parks Department. They're doing a wonderful job over at Roding Park, keeping the dog park nice and clean and repairing the things that other people are destroying. However, the one thing the Parks Department is not doing is updating their website. Now, Puppy Love Dog Park has been open now for over 6 months, and it is still showing up online as being closed. Why is that? You spend over $700,000 on a dog park that nobody knows about because why? Somebody can't update a website? That's just very simple. Second, when you're a renter like myself and you call code enforcement, you get a voicemail. Okay, fine, I leave a voicemail. Somebody, could they please give me a call back? We'll call you back in 24 hours. Tomorrow will be 7 days. How long do I have to wait for Andrew Janz's office to actually call me? Andrew, it's a simple question. How come I can't get a response out of Mr. Janz's office? Why can't code enforcement call me? I have some issues that need to be handled, and you guys are blowing my timeline for legal recourse. So who's going to take it upon them, Ms. Perea, because we know you don't act on anything I request for 90 days, to get code enforcement to give me a call back tomorrow? Anybody? Anyway, with that, I thank you all for your time, and I hope you have a lovely afternoon, and shame on you for keeping people's public comments to the very end. It is such not a good look on you guys. Such a terrible look. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Lynn.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Miss 5250, crazy for justice. I just have a few things to go over. Number one, I have posted numerous videos on my YouTube channel where Fresno PD does not know the First Amendment. They do not know the 5 parts of the First Amendment. So let me refresh for the tubby Hispanic officer in the back. It is press, speech, religion, assembly, and petition your government for grievances. I'm sitting out here in the back because I had to walk back. I was gonna go home, but I had to walk back to get the dangerous weapon that I had to hide outside, which is a little utensil pack. I have a butter knife, a spoon, and a fork, so that I don't have to use plastic utensils. And I'm trying to help the environment. But I cannot have that inside city council because you guys, I guess, are afraid I'm going to stab somebody with my little butter knife. I'm sitting out here. Bredefeld this morning pulled in. He's got no front license plate. As far as the pulled in, no front license plate. Whoever's got this little blue number in space number 36, no front license plate. And whoever has got the little gray number in space number 41, also no front license plate. Now, when I confronted Gary Bredefeld, he just said, "I'll just pay the ticket." Well, that's just a $200 ticket, Gary. Do you know that most Americans are $400 away from being homeless? That one $400 bill can put them, out of their homes. But you don't care about that. And obviously there's four elite members of Fresno that don't care that they're breaking the California Vehicle Code for the vanity, I think, because they don't want their, grills to look, I guess they don't want their grill messed up with a California Vehicle Code requirement. Rules for thee, but not for me, right? There's one set of rules for us pesky citizens, and you people that think you're above the law have your own set of rules that you can ignore or not ignore. Is there going to be a Fresno traffic officer over here giving these people tickets or not? I've been calling this out for months and months and months, and you guys just don't give a shit. You don't care at all. Bredefeld said it, I'll pay the ticket. Basically saying, I refuse to comply. I am above the law. I don't have to comply. And I have enough money that I'll just...
Council President, that is all the public comment we have.
All right, thank you very much. At this time, we're going to move to closed session. City Attorney, will you please read the closed session roster?
Today in closed session, we have conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Omprecia Vic versus City of Fresno, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Tammy Lynn Mitchell versus City of Fresno, conference with labor negotiators, all representative units listed on the agenda. We may have reportable items after closed session. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for joining us for our meeting. The closed session has ended and there are no announcements. This meeting adjourned from closed session at 4:30. Thank you for joining us.